auto start is disabled for this event. What the fuck? Why do they keep doing this? Uh, all right, we're live.
Song makes me feel like I should be line dancing or something.
Uh,
I get that.
Old song. All right.
All right, let's log in.
All right. Good morning, YouTube. So obviously I felt no need to be on earlier. We have changed nothing. And definitely a day where we could be looking for a potential break. That is obviously first on my radar. We got a wick here that we again have didn't tap yesterday, but more importantly on the 4 hour, right? We've got a little bit of empty space left up to 610. And there's probably going to be some tomfoolery here, if I imagine, if anything, possibly a quick retest. Any shot up and out, immediately at the bell would likely set up a reversal. So that might not be a bad thing. Uh, but we are in range. And this is, if you look on the hourly over here, if you're looking at my chart on the right side or here, and you change this over, obviously we're still well within containment. So there are possible retest of 599.20 at the most, or 599.80 if we gap fill. Of course, our orb isn't the breakout here today, right? It only leads you to the wicks of 606.50. So this is one of those days where I know that patience will pay if, again, we even get the break today. Um, but there's a good day trade opportunity to the upside, obviously to this wick at 607.75 and at the 610 floor. And that is our upside play. So whether we're pulling back, bouncing here, and moving up, and again, there's empty space all the way to cost basis at 613 if we have enough juice. If we shoot up first without a single retest, and it's quick and fast, that's where I suspect we'll see a pullback, for sure. So, B. Chance, pipe down, little man. Please, please, please. You just scroll away and go follow some ICT trader. He'll help you. He'll help you for sure. Um, yeah, you got it, bud. All right. So anyway, it is above that orb, and everything that we're looking at right now is read and react. Again, when you open up in range, people who stick to biases can get clapped. Obviously, if we're in a suspended uptrend, that's different, or downtrend. Right now, we are sideways, and so waiting for that break, and having areas both above and below to respond to is the proper way to prepare for a day where you open up in range. Um, let's see here. All right. Anyway, SPY opening up similar, but is technically this morning above the top of those candles on the hourly. So this is a orb setup with a trigger Yeah, I am looking at the wicks, but more importantly, 689.25 because of the empty space directly up above that, 691.31. So this is not a bad setup here this morning. Um, Obviously, if we end up pulling back and retesting, which again, 30-minute time frame, we have a candle open right here. That is what that's 684.81. You can actually watch right now as we speak. That wick that you just saw in the 15-minute is pushing down off those highs, and that would cause and more than likely give us a gap fill back down where we could reuse all of these areas that we're losing as areas to take this up. All right. So we're again in one of those read and react scenarios going forward. So hold on one second. Oh my god, that guy sucks. I'm feeling some type of way. All right. So spy, obviously, I mean, and this is where again, if this doesn't fit your risk to reward, you could probably live your whole life without having dedicated your time and energy to just this small pocket of empty space. Again, we're looking at major areas of weekly consolidation that is yet to break. And that is honestly what I'm looking for because I know that bigger move is coming. Whether that be down or up. Um, there we go. RNTR. Fucking ridiculous. All right. Last one. And hopefully, and again, look, weekly range. QQQ. That's the only one that isn't inside of its box, but SPY and IWM both in range. So just letting you know, just reminding everybody that after a area like this, we get this, which is going to make your life 10 times easier and trading conditions or trading in general that much easier. So just a reminder of where we're at and whether or not it's worth it. Now, lower time frame, 24-hour candle open yet again, pushing off of that very same 264 level that we have repeatedly hit. If you look at the 4 hour, same overhead ceiling here, same consolidation above and below, right? We got the bounce off of cost basis again. Yesterday, I stated that I believe that with this rejection overhead, we could see a retest back down here. I still think that. And that is the 259.89 area falling underneath 262.37. And again, is that right for you? That is the empty space target of 622. Now, if you're playing this as a channel up and try to trade it all the way, this could be the type of tension you need. And especially if you're inside of this area, right? If you suspect that there's a much larger break coming, expiration matters. So just an FYI, all of these setups that I see are mostly day trading. So if you see something further, or you're looking at IWM potentially punching over that 267 or pushing over that 267.50 and going into all-time highs, that would be where you do it. There is a downtrend channel that I have been watching, and perhaps if we do pull back and retest this, it'll set up perfect for that. But anyway, is there a trigger above and below? Yes. Are we hitting any of those? Absolutely not. I invested in Upstream Bio. They were doing good before some successful treatment, and then they crashed afterwards. It probably had no. Biopharmaceuticals are not your good long-term holds. I mean, it hardly any of them hold their high. What's the ticker on that one? Upstream. now. Yeah, that looks about right. So 2024. Well, I mean, if it has any sort of liquidity, if it has any sort of good volume, you might be looking at a bounce here and a retest of 1038. But a lot of the times, empty space is good. Too much of it can actually mean it's bad. But it does allow pretty fluid movement. Again, right now the only thing you could look for is if this does bounce, you could try to retest that top that you fell back underneath. So, I'm new to this. Am I buying right now? I'm not buying it right now. No. But slash and how? Oh, how much do I need to start? Question mark. Are you using talk to text right now? How much is your group or system? Um, so how much do you need to start I mean, some people will tell you need 10,000. I'd say you only need 50 to $100 because the goal is not for you to make money at first. I know that's counterintuitive, but the goal is for you to learn a strategy and to have faith in it, trust it, see it, and then utilize it. And that's going to probably end up, when you're in that learning process, could be difficult. More than likely, it will be. Learning some things, learning whether day trading or swing trading is right for you, taking entries, you're going to have to refine your process. So you don't have to take a lot of money into this. And one of the things that I've proven time and time again with people inside of my Discord and myself is that you don't need a lot. We've had people take $40 and turn it into 1,000. Like we've had people in one day take $100 and have it sitting at 1,200. Um, because we again hyper focus on low risk, high reward opportunities. And the strategy, honestly, um, how much is my system? I mean, if you're brand new, I would say don't worry about paying for my system yet. You have plenty of time to watch me. There is a class on March 1st, and you can obviously sign up for that. But you can go to my YouTube channel and go watch my free educational playlist. I've got a lot of information on there. So, um, but also I personally think that immersion learning is probably one of the best ways to learn, and that's just showing up to these live streams, showing up to the YouTube channel. If you do join the Discord, showing up and asking questions as things move along. That is going to be the best way to learn because when somebody unloads a fuck ton of information on you, which I mean, I'm about to do, but that information isn't always, you're not going to retain all of it if it's not relevant. And so if you're not immersed inside of trading, and you're not, in an it's uncomfortable to start that without, because most people, when they start trading, they want a like full on one-on-one mentor, and they think that is going to kind of keep them from, avoiding these pitfalls, but actually ends up bending their learning curve, and creating a longer winded journey. I mean, you're going to end up, honestly, a lot of the people that I've even, in the past have taught one on one, I felt like I was actually prolonging their journey rather than accelerating it. It's because what they can independent trading doesn't happen with a mentor over your shoulder, right? I mean, that doesn't, and not only that, like when that person is gone, right? All of those things that your brain was relying on as a safety net, like, oh, this person's right here, I'm good, you know what I mean, is gone. And now you're back to being independent. And now you have to learn how to be doing it on your own and making decisions on your own because you're leaning on somebody else almost wholly. And I know that again, it seems like it's like easier for somebody to just coach me but immerse yourself. Be uncomfortable. You're not going to know everything at first. Give yourself a month. Be patient with yourself and with the process. But, you know, that's how I feel about that. Am I self-taught? Yeah. If you're nothing without the suit, then you shouldn't have it. Yeah, there you go. A little Iron Man quote works pretty well. Are you teaching us? Or are you actually looking for a good trade? Like, are you working also? Yeah, I if I see a good setup, I'll take a good setup. But right now, I'm not seeing a ton of great setups. There's a couple of individual equities that, like Meta last night got news, but just went up and retested its floor and is now looking right back down. And anytime you get news like that, that people might interpret as bullish and can set up a potential move to the downside, which is always fun. But yeah, nice nasty retest off of 657, empty space down below. The only thing that interrupt this process would be a 626, or what is that? Yeah, 629 and 623.80. But yeah, I mean, I don't trade. I'm not, again, I'm not like everybody on this app. The concept of showing up every day and trying to place a day trade every day. And one of the things I've struggled with over the years is whether I should even show up at all. I'm obviously here to, on the days where I don't have any trade setups, to aid people who do. Um, but obviously, if I show up, people, I don't blame them for thinking this, think that there could be an opportunity. And sometimes I don't see it either. So I try to make that clear. I communicate as much as possible, whether I see something that fits my risk to reward. So anyway, if you have anything, that you would like for me to take a look at this morning, go ahead and do so. Yes, I did look at IWM again. If this rejection follows through at 264, we still have lower time frame range that we still need. And I talked about this last night. There's that 259.90 and 260.99. Both of these areas will be troublesome if you're looking for like a straight line. So we need a candle close below cost basis. And of course, if we're looking short, the opportunity is there, right, to take this down to 257. But it's, if we dump fast down here, then I'm gonna bank on a retest of 266. How often do I buy? I mean, I buy when the opportunity is there, man. There's some weeks where less is more. So I don't associate being or taking a trade every day with being profitable. I take trades when my setup is clear. When I see my setup, and I went over this last night. I was like going over some of the setups that we actually, I think they're still up here. Yeah, some of the setups that we've taken before in the past, and this, a lot of what I'm seeing at the moment, there's a couple that look decent, but they still haven't fired. We don't have a trigger yet. So, all right. Anyway, if you have anything you would like for me to take a look at, go ahead and drop that request right now. With IWM, again, 3 rejections overhead, so it's not a question of where we go up on an hourly candle close, anywhere up towards there. We have a gap that we're heading towards right now at 262.28. I think price actually closed around 262.80. But of course, that will and most likely bring a retest of 261. And because of the little uptrend that we have here, obviously 259.87. Things, 24-hour breaks, right? Or excuse me, a 1 hour break of 259.85. And we're looking down below at 257 with runners, of course, in this situation with the gap down below all the way to 255. But again, this is where, again, if somebody new shows up, they're like, well, what's your bias? And I don't need to have one. I think it's foolish sometimes to have one, because there are situations where you're in between two triggers, in between where we go long or where we go short. And that's where I set down the line and say, yeah, I ain't trading in here. This is not for me unless I am able to catch a bounce, or we dump really, really fast and I'm able to bounce it or get it outside of 261. These are all things that we could, potentially take advantage of, but they haven't happened yet. So we're in a read and react. So to validate your trade with the strategy, it has to go outside of the box. Yes. So like the box represents tension, and that tension needs to break, and there needs to be a lack of resistance on whatever side that I'm looking to take it on. I mean, if it's simplified, that is literally what I'm doing 9 times out of 10 is I'm looking to take something out of consolidation. The consolidation makes the contracts cheaper through Max Payne. And I'm looking at the empty space and lack of resistance and the first target up ahead of me. The swirly part, yes. This is not, yeah, I would never, yeah. There are areas like this, that I just do not participate, like this, right? The break is coming. And that's something that I think some people fear happens without them. And I mean, it's a rational fear, but, being prepared, obviously, that's what we're doing right now, is key. This is a very similar, price action, a lot of up, a lot of down, a lot of building. And what I know, right, is that the break is coming. The move will happen soon. So what am I worried about? I just need to be on the right side. I need to be reacting. And what does being inside of this box have to do with anything? 3 rejections at the top is the most that we can call out of this. And yes, yesterday we talked about the potential of driving down, but has that happened yet? Did we gap down? No, we didn't. So nothing has happened that needs to happen. Damn, there's that 260 right there. So yeah, I don't have, and I'm not going to participate in any of this. So, all right, moving on. If you have anything you want me to take a look at, let's go ahead and do that now. Upstart. And again, good setups, empty space, consolidation. That's what I'm looking for. All right, so you were able to grab hold of a floor. However, this morning, it looks like that channel, well, we'll go ahead and actually leave that alone. So I actually don't see what you're wicking off of on the higher time frame, but I do see it on the lower time frame. So 2 hour. Okay, so you are officially, and we could go to the hourly here to make this even clearer. This is going to be the range that stops you. This is going to be the range that holds you. Okay. So right now it's a 3150 underneath you and above you, right? You've already tapped the wick, but the candle closes are at 3288 and over 3382. I think you turn the tides to potentially go up into that empty space of 3762. So another read and react scenario, but has not triggered yet. You are in between two ranges. It seems the highest probability would be a 3147 retest. So if there are dry periods without finding a trade, can it sustain as a full time? Yes. 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 Oh my God, yes. There are rich motherfuckers that I met, and I don't talk to them. I don't talk to anybody hardly, but I here and there I speak to them, but I in the past, Manny and me had a lot of contact with these individuals, and some of these people show up once a month for a week because they see the opportunity that they're looking for. So I mean, you need to be in the right place at the right time with the right amount of risk. And we have everybody damn near that's inside of this Discord who's been in here for an extended amount of time. You've seen. Hold on one second. I gotta evict my cat. Holy, yeah, exactly.
No, Toothless. No.
Yeah, well, you can't sit there and do that in my office, Chief. Come here. Eviction. Eviction, dude. You've been evicted. No 30-day notice. All right. Motherfucking cat behind my desk or behind my screen just scratching his. Lord have mercy. Anyway, those cats don't want you making money. You know, you think they'd want me to. All right. So moving on. Upstart. But going back to what I was saying really quickly, I've had trades where the remaining runners were worth 400 per, or which on the original investment would have only cost me $400. That position was worth close to 4,000 or 4,500. And these were just my runners. Small position, free trade. And it's these big leaps forward where I'm running past. I mean, if yeah, I'm not gonna get too deep into numbers, but like if I catch one of these empty space trades, and based on the 24-hour time frame, and the risk to reward is correct, I mean, I'm taking a big leap forward, and that makes me not want to participate. The more I do that, the less I really, and this is just maybe a personal thing, but the less I want to participate in the small stuff. The less I want to risk my money in windows that are going or don't have the same clarity as the 24-hour time frame. I mean it when I say, like, right now, basically inside of this weekly range on IWM and on SPY, the risk is low until we get and again, if you look at the weekly, we are in weekly ranges. You're in a box. When is the hardest time to trade? In a box. When is the most tension created? In a box. How is tension created? By hitting people in the dick, by stop lossing everybody, by up and down. Price action doesn't pick a direction. Everybody loses. And I have seen also from a teacher's perspective, people's P&L. The market moves up. It comes out of that consolidation. Their accounts go up. Plays are working out, but then they don't stop. But the market does. The market stops and they don't. So what the fuck? I mean, at that point, if you're seeing your P&L and the market movement coincide, you have one simple solution. You don't trade in boxes. And there are a few people, right? I can't make over encompassing statements. There might be a few people who thrive in boxes because it's a set resistance and support. I don't. And I don't think it's worth my time and energy. So, all right. Is it true that lacking risk management is people's biggest downfall? Yes. One of them. Over trading is a part of that, though. All right. BA weekly, 24-hour time frame, not the weekly. So, I mean, man, if this thing doesn't look like it wants to force it, I mean, and really, every single time you've got pushed back. So, this is where you do create a lot of overhead. I mean, it just takes a candle pushing, closing outside of that 264.15. You do not have a traditional box directly up above you. You only have the ghost of one, which can still be utilized, right? But that is going to be 248. The 50% mark, which is not a trigger, will be 251. And that would be one of the most important places for me. I mean, because this is a considerable amount of effort to keep price up in the face of 246, which inevitably, if you keep doing this, you are going to push sellers out of the way and you more than likely will see an upside move. Now, there is a downside channel that's operating right here. And that's one of the reasons that you keep banging up against this. So yeah, I would trust again, a break and stop loss set at 246 for a first target of 251. We also are knowledgeable that on the 24-hour that there is empty space and is a box all the way here. We did reach that before, so that empty space has been filled with, hold on, empty space, right? So it shouldn't be, once you get above that 253.71, difficult to fill that wick. But you would have, I mean, already touched resistance. So, I mean, at the same time, if you are unable, right? If you are unable to get over this high and you do sink your low, which has not happened and you're not even close to doing it, but if that did occur, obviously this trade would clearly not be an upside trade. I mean, I don't need to tell you that. But that's what needs to happen. So, I mean, an interesting setup, a lot of tension here, for sure. Did I have to lose a lot before you win? Did that happen to you? I lost, I rounded to $80,000. I think it was like $84,000 or something like that. I lost like basically $80,000. A, taking signals. B, figuring out that what I was learning was bullshit. C, doing it on my own. And then I went through probably the most painful process where I found out that swing trading worked for me, but still had it in my mind that I wanted to day trade. And so I would build accounts. I mean, seriously, I have a record of this, but I would take an account from 500, 200, $80, and I would run it up to like 9, 10K. And at 10K, I decided I wanted to day trade, and I would blow my fucking account within days of what I worked a month to or more to get. And so this obviously sent me into a fucking spiral. I knew that I had discovered something, but I kept running into the same wall. And after 84 or $80,000, I basically quit for a couple of months until I had the epiphany that if I was able to take such a small amount of money and turn it into 10K strictly swing trading, that I would try it one more time, but this time I would pull the money out and start over again instead of letting the market do that for me. And that turned the tides for me. I was able to start stacking money up on the side. Um, I actually hit a pretty, I wouldn't even say a pretty large, but massive play shortly thereafter, which netted me about $52,000, which was also like, damn, I was glad I didn't quit. But it also gave me a huge boost of liquidity, so that way I could start exploring more options, start practicing day trading as, again, I got some liquidity underneath me. So, how are you able to trade cash account? Cash account. All right. PLTR 24-hour time frame. What are we looking at on this one? It's not bad. Good gap up on the floor, right? This is actually is that, am I looking at that correctly? Yeah. So this is a good example. I'll teach you guys this in the workshop. If you gap up on a floor, right, that you've previously rejected, that is an immediate upside move, right? It's actually one of my favorite setups in the morning, if it hasn't already moved, is to see price above whatever was holding it back. Now, with that being said, on the 24-hour, I still see pockets of empty space. But one thing I also see is this overhead resistance at 140, which is psychological, which of course is going to have an impact. So here's what we're going to do. You're going to take this range and you're going to give it a box. Is it a box, a Potter box? No, but it is a range, and ranges still contain all of the same elements as a Potter box. The only thing is the volume is typically always not strong enough to drive price forward, and so it's only a break over 140 that would give you a pretty decent play. I mean, there's a really good play here, because just a couple things need to happen. They haven't happened yet, but if you're over that 240 and in this empty space specifically where there's a lack of resistance, you could start eyeballing a much larger trade in here, right? All the way up to like 154. So do we have to lose a lot too? Is that just setup that has to happen to learn? No, you do not. If you don't listen, to people who have know better, if you don't come into this trying to prioritize learning a strategy over making money, because the strategy is how I make money. You can want money, but it doesn't bring it to you. I mean, everybody wants money, like I've said before, but you don't have to lose $80,000. You don't have to lose. I mean, there is an element. You need to know what it's like to lose. You're going to lose. Like if you're somebody who can't take a loss, if you fight your friends after you lose on Super Smash Bros, like, yeah, you're probably going to have an issue with this. But if again, in those situations, we're using light risk. You're acknowledging that you're in the middle of your learning process, and of course you can manage those things. You're not using your whole risk. You didn't put your whole account in there, so you're gonna learn what it feels like to not be right. I mean, that is, you're guaranteed, and that's what makes this craft so difficult for people, is accepting that what they're doing is not working. And a lot of people can't accept it when they know it's going to happen, and before they've lost money, people will get stopped out or have triggers hit and they'll hold. A lot of people will find excuses like, "Oh, well, I have a good expiration." That has nothing to do with your stop loss. If you set out and you set a stop loss, and then when that thing is hit, you're talking about whether your expiration is long enough. You already lost the plot. Got to put your emotions aside when trading. I think you just need to watch them. I'm not an emotionless robot when I'm trading. I still feel it all. I just have enough knowledge, and I don't want to say wisdom, but like I have enough skill and wisdom in this specifically, uh, to, I guess, be aware of those emotions as they come up and know where they're derived from. Oh, we're ripping fast. Well, what's above and what's below? So I have a plan for every emotion I feel, which is again derived from the chart or something that is happening. I have I jump right into problem solving mode, because typically an emotion is like something that you feel you might not be prepared for, like, it's fear. This could happen. And so instead of allowing those make believe variables affect what I'm doing, I look at the chart and I focus on what's in front of me. My system allows for me to do that. Okay, we're pulling back fast. What floor did we reclaim? If we've reclaimed the floor, we're going to bounce. Even if it's momentary, we're going to bounce. All right. A good trader makes money. A great trader knows how to not lose money. Yeah. Knows how to preserve capital. All right. What else do we have here? Anything else? If you touch me, I just think I'm screaming. Shamazon? Shamazon? I know what you're talking about. Weak ass candle. I mean, weak ass candle, right? Um, Not quite 50%, but let's go to the 4 hour. Okay. So already, and this is not a clear box, right? We can rest assured that's what it's not. We could also focus here because that is the catalyst, that is the trigger to take Amazon potentially into this empty space up above you. Couple of key notes here. That's what you reclaimed. That's why you built a box in order to do it. You needed the volume to fill that. You are now up against this red candle, an overhead resistance of 204.89. Over that high, if you get the break, which right now you've already pulled back to possibly address that gap first, but the overhead high would be 207. That would have to be reclaimed. And again, we move down into a little bit of a lower time frame. The box changes and becomes like this. And so right now it would be a 2 hour candle close up against outside of 208.50 to get you up and out of there. We don't have any higher highs or higher lows on this setup. It's just a flat box. So again, a lot of me typically suspects that if anything, you're in a much larger area of consolidation where price could oscillate in here. Do I have a degree, and when did I start at trading? No, I do not have a degree. I did go to college, but nothing that you are going to learn in college is going to teach you how to do this. So that had really little to do with it. But I've been trading now for cumulatively probably like 8 years, 7, 8 years. I had interest in Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies, but didn't chart them or trade them. I was using them. But that being said, yeah, that's I don't feel, listen, not to point anybody out, but we have garbage men, people who trash sanitation experts, who he sent me his 1099 and he's up. So I really don't think you have to find the version of this that works for you. Some people do not have the fortitude or mental fortitude to manage day trading, and that's okay. Um, you can be somebody, and in fact, there's people in here who options just don't work for them. Like they're holding on to an asset like that. creates too much emotion in them. You can buy equity. You can use this system to just buy and sell equity long term. And there's people who have found that out. I don't know exactly what makes them that way. You know, there's probably some past in there, but the same thing with people with shorter expiration options. A lot of people who figure out that that's not for them. And it's only longer expiration options that allow them the peace of mind to actually manage their position. All right. No, the March class is not filled up. ARM, Apple call or nah? Well, let's see. Okay, so ARM has this massive overhead floor here that you failed to grab onto. You did not gap up above it, so you do not have that edge. But yes, if we can get a candle close moving inside of this box, the first target, which, fuck, that is the first green candle. One of the rules that we have is typically the first green candle to your left. I mean, and I don't say usually, it's always, that is the rule. That is always what's going to get hit. That is one of the best targets inside of a area where you have nothing but red. That green candle will serve as a great target. So what we can say is that, yes, step one is going to be reclaiming the 131.25 floor. Second step will be breaking over 134. And at that point, I would actually address this like this. That's my catalyst. Why? Because if I break out over the top of this box, punching through 140.90, I automatically get the break over this overhead, and I'm looking at the 146.64. Are we far away from that? Yes, but obviously if the market cooperates, we can see that move. QQQQ up. Now this is, yes, a potential no-brainer trade. One of the levels that we, again, are going to have to be aware of is that 606.40. However, if you are looking, and we're almost done filling that gap here, but if you are looking overhead, this is, you know, again, a heavy area of resistance, but it is over 605.50 and a break of 606.50. And at that point, we have the only turbulence I see is at 607.75, but it should be a straight shot up to 610 if we break. And that's the only way that this trade makes sense to me, is if I'm taking it from point A to point B. So point A to point B. That's the only way that that trade makes sense to me. Downside, of course, if we do flush that 599.91, expect to pull back to 596 right here. All right. Yesterday I said the three rejections overhead, if they follow through, yes, but we have not seen that follow through. So uranium fever. All right. What do we got here? What else do we have? DK and G up. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. That's 3 wells. That's a lot of water.
Oh, not again.
The system prevails. So yesterday I gave you a 23.35 target on the channel to the upside because the empty space was massive. And obviously this is a stock that lacks proper liquidity without a catalyst. That was one of the things that we wanted to be aware of. Now, the fact that you're gapping up to that, you know, yes, I am speaking. If I sign up, is there any recommendation to... Is there any recommended study so I don't have so many questions, like best to look at YouTube? Well, that's where you're wrong, brother. I want your questions. I want the stupid questions. I want whatever questions, as long as it has to do with trading. You know, don't get me started on something else. But like, if you have questions, I don't care how stupid they are. You need that information. I don't care. Like sometimes I used to hate this about some of my teachers. It was like, I was just a couple of thoughts or explanations away from having something click. Like, dude, I struggled really hard with algebra. I had a shit math teacher. And then I had one math teacher who allowed me to ask like kind of you know, dumb questions, but like these things were like holding me up from really understanding. And in other classes, I had just given up. So I want the stupid questions. Now, if you want to study beforehand, if you get the workshop, you have access to all of the previous workshops that I recorded, and you'll have access to this one once it's done recording as well. So, um, and I'm not saying that as like a marketing thing. Like your stupid questions, if you want to call it that, are somebody else's stupid question. Somebody else has that same question and they're too scared to ask. And first of all, if anybody, this is just a message to anybody. If anybody ever like is a dick to you because you asked a simple question, don't talk to them. I'm sorry, and I know that there might even be people close with me that disagree. But if you're a dick to somebody because they don't understand something, like shut up. You're not a good teacher. You need to pipe down. It's just that simple. All right. Anyway, so yeah, DKNG is going to need to break over 2335 and break through this channel. However, if you drop back in, I would expect typical channel behavior, right? And that would be a reversal back down to that 2150. So the goal here today, because you are outside of that range, and don't get scared just because this is rejected. If you can push past that, you have a $23.90, $24 target. If you're looking at all of that empty space, KN, and you say, I don't know about we, because I don't think I'm going to trade this. I don't, DK and G, we don't mix. But yes, you would need that type of expiration to deal with this sort of setup for sure. Here's a dumb one with liquidity equal volume in your statement about not having enough. Yeah. Yeah, it just doesn't have. So let me explain it this way. If the stock that I'm looking at only moves when it has news or some sector wide, something, a catalyst, then it doesn't have proper daily trading volume, which means you're going to struggle to make the moves that other stocks will move easily because they have daily trading volume. And they're the names that you're familiar with. They don't always move. They take their time and they consolidate just like every other stock. But when they get towards that break in tension, they don't need a catalyst to go. They just do what they're supposed to do. Those are the stocks I gravitate around. Now, there are some stocks that do not move, right, without a catalyst. And what would those stocks be that I focus on? Earnings. If a stock only moves on earnings, that could be free money. There are stocks that do not move without earnings, and their contracts are relatively cheap, and you could straight up buy both sides, and they just move on earnings. So, anyway.
Like A&M.
Shannon, on a particular stock or just in general? Consolidation is just this, just sideways. Any time where price does not pick a direction, that's consolidation. That's consolidation. That's consolidation. That's consolidation. That's consolidation. But that's expansion, and that's expansion, and that's expansion. So, all right. It is 9:22. Everybody needs to have an idea of what they're trading today. Otherwise, this is one of those things where, and I said this a couple of weeks ago, and we had it happen. I'm letting the trade fall into my lap. If it's clear, if it's a great setup, and we have triggers above and below on all the ETFs, there's a couple of individual equities that are looking pretty good. But all in all, I'm just being honest with you guys. These are the days where my risk is low and I am waiting. I am waiting. It is not, again, there are not a lot of setups that mirror the setups that we have successfully traded in through their empty space out of consolidation or through a punchback. So, not saying that they don't exist, and you might be looking at one right now that looks great. But out of the big ones, every time we're given the opportunity to go up, sellers step up and they hold us down. And that sentiment has not changed. I still, yes, feel bearish. So it is more difficult for me to see the upside as a viable option to make money when those opportunities are short. So if you are, again, somebody who can day trade and you're looking at this empty space up above or into here, right? That's something that we're not even close to triggering yet. For sure, you can have that in the back of your mind, but there are a few things that have to happen. And if this again, two rejections off the top, this is typically where we start to see volatility potentially pick up. So, now, real quick, Shannon, stop loss. Every single time that I take a trade, right, and this is done in pre-market as well, I have to find structure, right? One of the reasons I couldn't take PayPal yesterday is because it left where I was going to set my stop loss, right? Let me show you what that looked like. So yesterday and this weekend, I talked about wanting to take PayPal to the upside through this punchback, right? And I was unable to do this off the first rip, which honestly, it did give me a second opportunity. I was at my daughter's school. Can't get back, chalk it up to the game. But I couldn't set a stop loss because it had already left and it was inside of this empty space. Great setup, great trade, great move, all the way to the target, all the way to the 50% mark of this range right here. Now, the top, right? So you have a couple of areas that are suitable areas for stop losses. The top of these green candles, and of course, the top of these red candles. When price retraces, right, and retest, where does it retest? Structure. So when we position ourselves, right, and this does take practice. So if you're going into your trades, you've lowered your risk and you're saying, I am practicing my entries. For the next 2 weeks, I am practicing entries. That means, yeah, I'm buying a contract just to practice the entry on a decent little setup. Now, the lower the time frame, the faster price moves, making it harder for you, right, to get in and out, which is why the more experience you have, the easier that becomes. All right. Now, that's why I tell people who are newer, you kind of want to focus on the slower moving stuff, that overnight swings or swing setups, because those are going to, again, lower your risk, but also allow you to catch the bigger move, and a lot of the times avoid the retest. But it is the top of this structure, or structure in general, that's nearest to my left, whether it's a box, whatnot, that I'm generally setting my stop loss on. So even if it's something like this, right? If price falls down underneath it, I know that it would continue falling down. So, and that's a late entry. But typically, and I would say always, my entry is always coming out of structure, and I'm trying to set my stop loss on top or even sometimes inside of that box. If it's a lot of the times I'll take a trade as the floor is being recovered. And one of the ways that I'll, like, when I see shit like this, and this is not a great example, but I've talked about this death candle for sellers, right? A death candle, and again, I'm just making up a fucking term. Everybody else does it. You can call it whatever you want. Yeah, whatever you want. But these candles, right? It's just what it implies. If you give sellers a moment of what they want, they all rush in. You'll see volume, if you watched it, spike. When that candle pulls itself back up to the floor where buyers control the price, you fucked up a lot of people, right? And I think somebody pointed this out on the cues yesterday. We saw that wick down and then pop right back up. And those are those type of candles where I have the opportunity to, and again, this isn't the greatest example because it's fucking PayPal, but that's where I have the opportunity to use the box itself as a stop loss, because I'm telling you what, when that again, envisioning this candle green, when that low is swept and then price retraces back up, that's your price has to go find something to reject that's way up above it for that to happen. And especially as that candle nears its close, if you've fallen and then reclaimed and bounced off of something, I'm going to use that box and what's inside of it to take that trade, cost basis included. All right. 1 minute to the bell. Again, if you guys have anything you need me to take a look at or you're curious about, um, I am watching a few things. Microsoft, do you still like? I do like Microsoft. It just we're so far away from that trigger, my guy. It's best to again, we need to see things like this reclaimed, pushed over. Was $400 psychological? You got a gap to fill now to the downside. So
Hey Potter, is it fine if you could take a look at AMSC?
yeah, 1 second. Okay, so you just push down through this range. You can see that candle close right there. Lower time frame shit. 5 seconds. Watch for a bounce off of this floor here at 36.91. I'll take a second look at it. Can I trade futures with $500? Is it possible to make a partial trade instead of buying a full unit? I mean, again, if I had that, if I was in that scenario, I'm going with options. I have the most yeah, options are going to be the first thing that I focus on. With $500, I would have a watch list with about 3 to 4 stocks that have option contracts that are under 25 to $30. IWM would be very much heavily included in that, and I'd be looking for only 24-hour and weekly breaks of range. Which again, it's a tough pill to swallow for new people because they want to show up every day and they want to learn and they want to make money. But the reality is, less can in is more. When you wait for the higher time frame breaks, there's actually more room for mistakes. There's more room for there's a margin for error. Because a lot of the times, if you're catching something on the right side of a weekly or 24-hour break, you are actually catching the bigger move, the much larger move, extended sometimes 3-day move. So you can make a mistake and still catch a W. And it's important to be on the right side of that trade when you have a small account. And again, one of the biggest mistakes that I see is a lot of newer traders, they immediately rush in to try to, just start trading. And then that ends up being that their actions actually end up being the reason why winning is so hard for them later on, because they're yeah, I mean it's yeah, what am I waiting on for the cues? Something to leave to leave this box, my brother, to get the hell out of the box. It's just yeah, that simple. I don't trade in boxes. I love boxes, but I don't like trading in them. I need you to get out of my box. Well, maybe you shouldn't have left your box open, buddy. If you see anything moving or want me to take a look at anything, if you're inside of the Discord, let me know. Please move over to the live trading chat though, so we can focus on there. ELTR with a sharp drop. Again, everything is moving pretty quickly. In order for us to continue moving, right, we have to find no response. There's a gap right here at 600. But just like the upside, right? Just like the upside, and that looks terrible, but you have to have a continuation move under something that you can hold on to. Otherwise, you're just gonna bounce. When starting out, what prop firm would you recommend? Gabrielle, are you good at a strategy? Do you have a strategy that you use that you feel that you are proficient in? That would be my first question. Because if you don't, oh, you do? Okay, then I mean, Top Step is probably going to be the first one. I'm not a futures trader. I don't use prop firms, but yeah, I would say the majority of the people that are getting payouts inside of my Discord are using Top Step. Personally, if they had a different recommendation, they could mention that. But GLW passed my target from yesterday. Am I hungry? No. Mm-mm. I'm eating candles this morning, Peyton. I just want the fucking market to get out. You know what I mean, Peyton? I get out? Okay. We'll trade in Spain. UNH, actually, UNH does look good. I got an alert set. Or I thought I had an alert set on that one. But yeah, UNH over the wicks of two, but it's not there yet. Yeah, that does look good. IWM calls. I mean, if you want to take it before it breaks, that's on you. But 264.35. I'm chilling. I feel so chill right now. I don't know how to. I just know I'm not gonna fuck with this. I'm not gonna get caught. I know where bad trades happen in boxes, in range. I like the rejection overhead. This is great because this either sets us up for a clear reversal and a great stop loss, or if we end up sinking the lows and candle closing underneath 599, we could be looking at a third and new low of 590, which is a gap. How do I get the Discord? Dirty Max, how long you been watching me, bro? If this is, yeah, how long you been watching me? Yeah, I did have my music on, but I don't know. It keeps turning off because I think my son is at school hijacking my music, which I'm not bad at. Me and him actually have the same music taste now, and it's the coolest thing in the world, man. He'll like come in my room and be like, "Dad, I just watched that guitarist from Radiohead, and he made his guitar sound like a dolphin, like you said." And I'm like, "Hell yeah, brother!" Remind me one day to show you guys that, just so you don't think I'm making it up. This guy really knows how to make his guitar sound like a dolphin. See, like, what's happening right now that I'm gonna change my life off of? I don't really think anything. I tell you what, I mean, there's if you sink down here, bounce and send it, that's a great setup. I'll take it. How are we falling right now on the lower time frames? Fast? 5 minute? Okay. So, I mean, as far as reversals are concerned, you could go ahead and just count that out, right? Until these are all, that's empty. But now we've just dropped. Very good. Again, boxes. CRWV just set an alert off. Oh, shit. Ooh, fuck. Oh, damn. All right, don't get crazy, but CRWV is approaching that 8711 level. Again, this is not something I suspect will happen. You know, it could happen intraday, but below that level, there's a first target underneath you at 8450. We talked about this one yesterday. My son asked for a vintage setup in his room. I assumed vinyl. He wanted a CD player. That's fucking crazy, actually. Top Step is the best. Never had a problem getting a payout from them. That's awesome. Good. Nah. Nah. Yeah, CD player. Yo, what is
Hey
it?
Potter,
Yeah, what's up, boss?
uh, overnight high on the Qs were like 605.50
Mm-hmm.
or 605.
605, 80, something like that. Yeah. That's a good bounce. pushing right up into that high right there of 602. You got that small pocket right here that'll likely fill up if you shove your way through that. Again, is that something that we want to trade? Is it worth it? What does it lead to? By the way, if you're on TikTok, be sure to tap your screen.
Thank you.
Yeah, dude. This is where I have learned, man. I don't touch this shit. And right now, you tell me, I know there's a couple people who are scalpers inside of the Discord, and they catch shit like this, and that can be a distraction. You got to be able to deal with that. I've told people this 100 times. Being inside of a Discord can be and will be a double-edged sword, especially when you hit your stride. That's why I tell people, go on your spirit journey. Go out and try to do it on your own. That's what this whole thing is about. But eventually, right, you're going to refine what you are looking for, and you're going to, I guess, if you will, build a tolerance to the influence of others. But again, if you have got a good head on your shoulders, you'll understand this. If you go if you're coming into this space, there's 1,000, a bunch of different people doing a bunch of different things. We're all using the same strategy, which is the number one thing here. And most of us are all looking for the same thing, but there are people who are scalping. They do have more money in their accounts, and these things can be, for some people motivating, for other people a little bit, like, damn, I'm far behind. Yeah. Am I on the minutes or seconds? My chart doesn't look like that. I'm on the 5-minute. If you don't, yeah, your chart doesn't, if you do not have the, look, Ma, no hands, yeah. If you don't have the 24-hour data with ARCA NYSE data, then you're not going to see the chart the same way that I do. Chase Chimes age 10, get the fuck, Chase Chimes age 10K instant, what the fuck, that's a scam. Local for my freedom. Wait, somebody became a super fan? How do I have that? Can people become super fans? They come from Kid Rich. I can't sing this whole song. 603 target 603.60 if you go for that break. But boy, I love not being. Honestly, I sit here and I'm just like, dude, I know motherfuckers are getting shredded right now. Shredded. But you know what they're doing? They're creating the tension and liquidity that I need to take a trade. I love it. Fast for Ramadan. I don't think I can afford to lose any
Once
more weight, my
again,
guy.
IWM doesn't give a damn.
Yeah, IWM doesn't. Hey, Ivy, you know what? IWM, yes, is giving a second entry. You are at 264.89. Again, the overhead target was 266.14. I have a couple of calls that I took yesterday to hedge the rejection that I took, but you don't have to be a Muslim to fast. Fasting will prevent you from over trading. Shit, for some people, they better try anything. Artificial baby, all right, fooled by the filters on the angles. Maybe I will fast for Ramadan. So day traders, scalpers, right there, right? You want to maintain that candle hold. Look how it reacted to that first green candle to your left, though. Stuttered. This is why it's so difficult, right? You see how many times, like, take a look at this on the 3. Actually, look at this on the 1. Motherfuckers are trying to trade this right now. Now, if you caught an entry outside of that little box, you're about to fill that empty space up, right? And that's where this floor is going to come in handy. But just FYI. Remember, zoom out. Where are you? This is what we're looking at right now, folks. Bounce. Candle looks good, but this is what we want. So if you're front running that, have a great stop loss. Use great risk. Sunrise to sunset is just 12 hours. When does that start? I love Primal Hunger. I know that might be a confusing statement, but I do. Like, I love when you're so, like, when you're mad hungry and you, like, feast until you, like you forget to breathe. I love losing myself in those moments, you know? It's beautiful. Like, when you're
Hey,
drunk, you come home from the bars and you eat. Yeah, what's up, brother?
Oh, my bad, bro.
Dude, I'm not doing anything right now because I'm not trading anything right now. So interrupt me in my dumb stories, please.
Okay, no worries. I had a question for when you said AMSC was gonna bounce on the 3691 target. How did you know that was gonna happen?
Did it happen?
Yeah.
That is the bottom of a 24-hour candle. That is the bottom of the candle.
Oh,
So if you had to remember, we're rock climbers. So if you slip,
yeah.
right, that's where you're gonna
Uh-huh.
fall. You're gonna fall down to whatever foothold, and that probably translates really well to the lower time frame. Look, watch this. The
Mhm.
first box that you have, first
Right.
thing you bounce off.
Okay.
So you just didn't have a very good foothold this morning. And obviously with this stock, you know, there's a lot of up and downs. The good thing about it is it does create empty space. IWM is reaching now. Back to the cues here. There we go now. Don't call me no more. Yeah, IWM is moving. 265.50 and 266 are the only targets that I have there. I know, I can only show you one side of my screen. If you want to see both of them, you can go to YT. And I want those of you who are new, who are kind of like feeling a little antsy right now, or you kind of like the feeling should be right underneath your stomach. Like at whatever holds your stomach up, you should the nerves are right there. So if you feel that feeling, right, it's okay. And it's normal. But you got to be able to watch and identify why, right? Oh, I'm watching fast candles on the 3 minute. What is that doing to me, right? What am I actually looking at? Zoom out. Oh, I'm looking for a break over 605.65 or 606 or 605.65 for a break up into this, right? And in order for that to happen, I need to at least see this structure that we're rejecting right now or fighting for right now. I need to see it reclaimed. So this is a great practice in being self-aware. Like you don't have to react to every emotion that you feel or act on it. Are you fearful? Do you have a lack of knowledge? Well, those two things are closely associated to one another. The less you know, the more what is that? There's a the less you know, the more fear that you'll fear. It actually goes two ways. You got people who know less and then they're overconfident, and then people who don't have enough information and then in situations where they need it, they're fearful. Yeah. I don't have okay, so we just tapped on IWM 265.40. Again, all I have is those contracts that I swung yesterday. I have not entered any trade at all. No trade from Poppy. Look at hands off, no trade, no touch, and nothing has happened. How did I identify that? For those of you guys who are new, we open up in range where the most difficult trading conditions occur. So if you want your life to be a little easier, it's tough and it's great emotional training, but you got to wait. pulse check those. Everybody staying safe here. TikTok, YouTube. Thank you for the gifts, dude. Once you fast, your money will double. All right, I'm gonna start fasting. I didn't get a fair shot, so I'm gonna start tomorrow. Knowing when to trade. Yeah, I used to chase those fast candles so bad and kept getting burned. Now I'm more patient. If I'm not confident, I hold off, rather miss a day or two if needed. Even today on the Qs, I probably would have bought and sold 5 times. Nemo. I mean, that was almost hot. That was like a pickup line to me, dude. That's what I want to hear, baby. Chasing is a trap, brother.
Throw a poppy at the end of that, it's over.
Huh? I can't fast. I'll die without coffee. If you have a coffee drip, does that count? I'm gonna start tomorrow. What if you injected like grapes with coffee? Can't you like eat grapes during Ramadan, or is it like no food at all, no water? And
Intermittent fasting allows black coffee.
I've been doing intermittent fasting since forever. Not on purpose. It was an anxiety thing. I just in the morning I think about nothing during Ramadan. Okay. No food, no water. But you, as soon as the sun comes up, you can't. That's when the cutoff is. What if you're mid bite and the sun is like cracking over? You spit it out.
Hey, Potter.
APP looks interesting.
You said PPP. What's up, brother?
APP.
APP. Okay, I'll take a look at that. Oh shit! Well, god damn it. Chad just wanted to brag. No, I'm just kidding. Are you in this one? That does look fucking. Damn, that is actually.
No, I'm not.
Fuck.
My alert just went off.
Fuck, that was a good setup. I don't know if I can take it yet, though. The only thing, yeah, I don't know if I can take this where you're right up against the high.
It might retest, yeah.
Yeah, if I can get a retest on this one, maybe. But I mean, you just shot through, pushed out so many sellers. So if I get in, I'd have to get in right now and set a 391.26 stop loss. Probably add a week to whatever expiration because of the late entry, and then 406, 407 would be the target. But that was actually okay. I did have an alert set, and it didn't go off at 382.65, which is where I wanted to take that trigger pop. Well, fucking chalk it up to the game. Fuck off. Damn.
Hey, Potter. Good morning.
Good morning, brother.
Just a quick question. I don't know if this is the right time, maybe in class when we do this, but I'm struggling to find good contracts, right? Like, what's the science behind finding right contracts? Whether, I do understand it, like, it has a lot to do with, where price is in the box, and then if you want to give it time, earnings, all of that. But just any advice on how to get better at picking contracts? Like maybe
You talking about cost wise,
suggestions.
like trying to find cheaper contracts?
Yeah. Like, when I see things in gains, right? I see things like, people picking up contracts at like $12. And then that turns out to be like, $3,000, 3,000% increase.
Yeah.
So I know it's possible. It's just that I feel there's something lacking in me in terms of learning.
Okay.
Like, and it's not about the Potter box, but it's more like just in terms of like Greeks or something like that I don't know.
Now let me ask
That
you.
I'm struggling with.
Okay, so let me ask you a question though. Are you taking mostly weekly contracts when you're taking a trade?
So I'm not finished the workshops. I'm still like at the sixth class of it. So I'm not So I'm not taking active contracts yet. I'm not doing like 4 contracts or anything like that. I've been doing shares, and I've been doing fine with shares. But and just to like understand the movement of price, so just buying shares when I can, and then I see it move, and then sell. But I do buy like one contract, just to get the feeling of what's happening, and then if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. Um,
Okay.
but it's I'm not feeling confident about buying the stock. I mean, buying the contract, right? So that's where I'm trying to
Okay.
fill that gap in terms of getting better at picking the right contracts.
Okay, so, and I might have gone over this, and if I have, then we'll go into a deeper explanation, maybe outside of, outside of trading hours, so I can dedicate. But, the first and like, and I'll just use the Qs as an example, right? In order, like right now, nobody is buying, hardly anybody is going to be buying 610s, right? That's because it is so far out of the money. Generally, a high volume stock or a stock that moves, well, you're gonna see price uh or volume rather fill up contracts 3 to 4 steps out of the money, and then there's a drop. And I live in that drop. Like I'm looking outside of what is expected. And that is obviously fueled and generated by what we perceive to be as empty space. Now, right now, right, if I was to take QQQQ, I would have to have a couple of days, if not a week, to catch all of this, right, without confirmation. But when the confirmation does come, which as I speak, this thing is starting to shoot into that thing. Hold on 1 second. Might have to break off here. IWM did go and hit that second target, third target, still 266.10. But breaking into empty space, and I might have to interrupt myself here in just a moment here. If these Qs do break up out of this channel or out of this box, so forgive me if I stutter a little bit. But the first and most a straightforward explanation is we are always looking for contracts that have been decimated or destroyed by a lack of conviction in its movement, or it is chopping. And at that point, we are looking typically towards the first green candles to our left on a semi-higher time frame, wherever that setup is identified. This setup is identified as far out as a 30-minute, and both of those targets will be at 610 and at 608. Period. End of story. So for a weekly contract, 608s would be the first and most logical target, which right now 608s are $41, right? Now we haven't broken yet. We don't have confirmation, but above 605.80, that would be the first target. And you could, or you should, right? That is where weekly contracts or contracts that even possibly expire today or tomorrow will come into play. And that's, again, on IWM, same phenomenon that we're taking advantage of there. That was absolutely wild what I just did there. Hold on 1 second. Multitasking here. Weekly's contracts that expire this week. All right. During that entire moment, you were given 2 separate opportunities to set a stop loss and enter this trade. We obviously broke through this box right as I was just speaking, and we just filled up this empty space. We should be expecting a small rejection off of this high, potentially. But this is the last step, aside from this overhead high, to stop us.
That's what I'm talking about. What's that overhead high? Another one you got?
606.40.
I'm not around.
606.40, brother.
206, 606.40.
Yeah, and then the first wick resistance again. If we get this break, and yeah, if we get this break, it's going to be over 605.75, and then the first target would be 607.75 on the 5 minute. On the higher time frame, it's 608. Tomato. In the most recent price action, the first green candle's at 608.38. So obviously, this is a big moment here. We're going to see if QQQ has the juice, right? Pull back, retest, and now pushing a candle here. 30 minutes, has 23 seconds left to close this candle here. It could and most likely would have a retest at 604 if it does not have the volume to get what it needs to get done now. I'm going to go to the 3 minute because of the empty space and lack of structure, and I'm going to figure this out. Okay, cost basis on the 1 minute. Yeah, that's a real thing. That was a floor. That's 604.50. So if you're unable to hold 605.09, you'll retrace back down to the wick and the body.
So but overall, you are bearish on Qs, right? You do have a few contracts that you are expecting it to get to 595. So currently, when Qs are doing well and are going up bullish, what's happening to those other contracts of yours that are runners, right? That you're expecting that 595 to fit. Are you managing those? Like, so right now,
Right now,
the
I am trading the Qs to the upside
upside, right?
as a
Yeah.
way to circumvent any, and I'm not going to take a loss. That's not a, when it's just a runner position, there's no loss incurred, right? It's maybe profits that I'm
Yeah.
playing with at the moment, but this is my way to circumvent that. So
Okay. But you're
you
not
mark your,
adding into those losing positions, right? Because those
I know.
contracts right now are probably worth, I mean, you could buy more of those contracts, anticipating maybe Qs falling tomorrow.
Mhm.
But you're not
So,
buying into runners.
but you could say that I'm not anticipating. There's a reason why, right? So let's say,
Right.
let's play this out between now, today and tomorrow. Let's say we rip up here, chop, and then overnight tomorrow we gap up all the way to 610. Now we have a fat gap
Mhm.
underneath us. We pull back. When this floor that we've reclaimed is lost, we're rock climbers, right? So whenever we get a foothold, we don't want to lose it. If that was lost, like, yeah, I could even take that a rejection trade off of that 610 with those 588s or 590s. And I wouldn't look at it as adding to a position, but taking a whole new one.
Ah, okay. I see.
I'm already in a trade. Yeah, I'm already in the Qs.
Yeah. Yeah, because this is where the whiplash of being on both sides of the current that I think is what uh, you know, shies me away from buying contracts. Like it's kind of shooting yourself in the right foot and then in the left foot, right? You're like going
Yeah.
up as well as you're buying something
Yeah,
wrong.
you don't want to try to, like, yes, I can be bearish, or even me being bearish doesn't translate directly to me being in a short position. I can just say that QQQ, right? Period, end of story, on the 24-hour time frame, as long as we are under this 611, which is 611, and then now that has been shifted because remember that 617 that we kept fucking slapping and slapping and slapping, that is where I would return to bullishness, because it's and I, even if I did return to bullishness, it's not necessarily, I don't think I would take a trade on it. So but yeah,
Thanks.
I mean, there's a lot more to move through. And in fact, you could even say that what's happening right now is creating the empty space and leaving the holes behind that we're gonna,
Chill later.
pull back
Yeah.
into. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I was at my doctor. I wanted to hold, but I had to sell it. That's okay, man. I've made that mistake too many times of going and doing something. I actually went grocery shopping one time with NVIDIA calls and lost $13,000. Potter, I bought at the bottom, QQQ up 200%. Do I sell? You're hitting a target right now. So if you would like to trim and reduce your risk and make the trade free so you could explore all of this empty space potential up above us, which we just need. We just need that, but a little bit more. That's when I put that Cantina music on, baby. But yeah, that's what we need to see. So you only got one contract? Ooh. Then I mean, if I was you, I'm in it to I'm trying to take it to 607.71. You said Reddit is running? Not a bad bounce. Oh, that empty space that we talked about yesterday to 147.81 is getting filled. Juicy, juicy, juicy. Oh, if you have weeklies, let trim if you would like to. Do I think IWM will there be a retracement? Based on how we're ripping, eventually, yes. But right now, IWM is moving up into a key fucking level. God, I love my fucking job. Moving up into a key level. Do you see all that patience? All that, let everybody else fucking deal with it. When we start to pick a direction and shove ourselves into the faces of where sellers control the price, that's when we look for that break. 607.72, 608.34. And if we go crazy today, 610.
I see 690 on SPY. First target, 50%.
That looks 689. 25 is a blatantly
that
clear target.
Okay.
Yeah, that's super clear.
Okay.
You got wicks that you're fighting with right now, which might be considered the imbalance, but yeah, no, it's the upside. You ain't a savage. Ugh.
Hey Potter, QQQ, our target would be around 610. I'm looking at the 2 hour. It would be the bottom of the box.
It would be the points of contact at the bottom of this consolidation. Do you see the two taps right here? And then the overhead resistance that you fought with there at 610? Yes,
Yeah.
that's a second target. You are not guaranteed to get that today, right? That's
Okay.
something that if you do have that setup, when we just hit, guys, there it is. So if you did, if you didn't trim, or that is your first trim, or take profit if you have weeklies, there it is. Do you get it immediately when it X's the box? I mean, yeah, I'm pretty quick with, literally as I was talking to him, I had to stop twice because I had to get into that trade. I mean, like, again, when you start moving through things that sellers are adamantly trying to control, that's when the break happens. And when you get the big whip, like, let that morning price action in range, let it fight. Don't be a part of that. Look, if you this right here, hot dog water, because you have to fight for it. I don't want to fight. I want to win. So when we start breaking things down that they control, that's when I fire. And I mean, anywhere in here, you had multiple entries. You had the top of the box at 604.22. You had the wick at 604.48. And then, of course, the overhead, which obviously, if you're in that one now, because we are hitting that under, or we just hit that 607.92 right off of that floor, right? The first instinctual thing that most people are going to do is panic, which totally understandable, but that's why we have a plan. Now, I don't see anything other than the 50% mark between here and here as a viable support. So here to here, right? And you can already see price trying to pull itself up. If it loses it, we're going back to retest. But we also have to, again, if you look at the hourly, that is one of the first and most solid targets. We're going to have to fight to get into the rest of it, which is still a good setup.
I forgot to tell you, Happy Lunar New Year's, bro.
Happy Lunar New Year. Oh, yeah.
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 You know what you do on Lunar New Year's, you do all year long. So I guess we making money
Yeah.
and being patient.
It's my favorite Chinese too. It was Chinese New Year yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to
Made a
China.
little baggie to go shopping.
Shout out to China. China, China, China. Love China.
China's got the best stuff.
Me and Xi Jinping have
For
done some
cheap.
crazy Chinese positions together. He put his leg over my head, and I loved it. My
Bro, you
tiny
seen
baby
the
hands running
Chinese
across his
robot?
Chinese body. I'm sorry.
What's this? The year of the dragon? What is this? Year of what?
Great
It's the
guy.
year of the bag.
The year of the horse.
Yo, Jade says, oh my god, stop the voices triggering my fight or
Thank
flight.
you. Year of horse.
I'm scared.
I love tease all presidents. Yeah, IWM was juicy, brother. I was kind of mad that I
Call
didn't swing
mobile.
more of those hedges.
Potter Mobile. Where are we looking at with these cues?
I would like to take it up to 609.84 at 610. I've already trimmed a couple of times, and now I am watching the lower time frame.
Yeah, me too. I got like 250% on them, so I got rid of 2 of them at 4.
Nice. Myron Akang Nice, Malaman, Marari. Damn. Filipino is hard. I have something to know. Can you ask a question? What? Yeah. There was a solar eclipse yesterday. This is America.
I tell you, Potter, I got to tell you, when it originally opened up, I bought them. I went down a little bit, and I was in a negative, and I'm like, this thing's coming back up. You gave me that confidence.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You've been improving a lot. I've watched now over the last couple of months, man. You've been taking some pretty fire steps, and your analysis on the cues is getting better and better. Some of you guys get crazy returns. I'm happy when I get 50%. Jane, you know, the percentage is just a byproduct of using my strategy. What's up? He said, y'all laughed at me, but now I'm rich. Yeah, you were down this morning, though. Tell them, weren't you, Zebo? You're like the Karate Kid teacher guy of trading? You mean Mr. Miyagi? Thank you. Pinterest, dude, that is one candle on the 24-hour, and the only I see I mean, you kind of already hit it. It's 1663 and 1723. So, wax on, wax off, baby. Ugh. Does Wolf look like it can go up to 21, or should I get out? 21? That doesn't look bad. I don't really see this as like a huge overhead resistance. I still see 2080. So I mean, it's still, yeah. I mean, you're okay now. Wolf moves a little wonky, but you opened up outside of $20. You cannot lose 20 today. Hughes. Yo, no way. Monica commented on my comment. Oh, that's what AO was talking about. You said RXT ripped today? Valhalla Farms. Valhalla Farms. You grow Viking nugs or something, dude? What are you growing over there? Rackspace. Oof. It could go up more. I mean, this is a significant floor that you've recovered. Obviously the goal here on the weekly is to maintain and hold that. All right, come on, Q's. Yeah, you don't really see. Look how even the top. Look at that red candle. Do you see that? Did everybody just watch that? Look at that shit. You open up outside of that red candle, and it uses it, pushes off of it. All right, that is 608 on the diddly dot. Maybe not the right way to word it in this day and age, but not
It's
on
okay,
the diddy
bro.
dot.
I'm a looking and I'm a liking.
I'm looking and I'm liking. All right. Never had another man tell me that ever in my life. You're
No,
the
bro,
first.
about the cues, not you.
Oh no, but you said it. You didn't give me context, brother. Context is so important.
You said, did you see that red candle?
Hey, yo, bruh.
Listen, I'm just trying to exist in this world, and
That's it. I'm coming over to Savannah. That's it.
All right, that's it. I
Why
want
would
my
you
money
say
back.
that afterwards? Oh my god! Look at it. Ah! Okay, go ahead and sell a little bit more. I fucking love my job. Lock my doors. He said, I'm looking and I'm liking. Banks, there's a little here. These should be at the bottom left-hand corner of your screen.
Or you mess my algorithm up. Every time I go to type anything P, it comes up Poppy.
Whoa, what?
Retired military. I'm on my way to paying respect to my homies. I raise cattle. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah, dude. 400% sold on QQQ. Thank you, Potter. 1 month ago, I didn't even know what a candlestick was. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Get out of here, dude. That's fucking cool, bro. Hell yeah, man.
That's money, dude.
That's money, dude. Never had I had my thumb hurting from thumbing a guy. Okay, Buster Media. We'll go ahead and add that to a list. Just put you on a watch list. But I do appreciate, dude, when people make money, bro, people start saying the weirdest shit to me. I swear to God. Especially men. Women don't, that's what I'm talking about. Women they just stay cool. But men.
Here comes the love fest, Potter.
Yeah, dude, I get
608.92 next target.
On the cues.
Yeah. The bottom of that green
right
candle.
here, Chad, I am extremely curious on how we're going to respond because this has been a massive level. This is your old cost basis. So this is one of those major targets. If, yes, to your point, if we can continue moving forward, it's 609.89 and 610 basically. It would be the targets in the same overhead resistance and floor that we had to maintain. So, but everything from here, guys, should be risk-free, right? And we need to hang on.
You know it.
Just by my side.
SPY's not going as fast, but it's a similar setup.
Yeah, just hold your questions if you're on TikTok for just a second. Just watch what you spin because my mama need rent and my neck gotta look like a freezer. I don't do any of those things, but it sounds cool. I got rid of 9 out of 10.
Bought them.
What'd you say?
Bought them for 80. Sold it for 250.
Sheesh! Hot damn, baby.
Man, he is the Q whisperer. You got any signals you want to sell, bro? No, I'm kidding.
See that mic? That mic is oh, Banks, are you on monthly? Ah, that's why. We have it so that if you would like to type a question, I know, yeah, monthlies can't talk. With a big rat. Meant to
Hey,
send that to
Potter,
you yesterday, Dejin. What's up?
I had a question on when did you know to take the QQQ setup? Yeah, I'm looking at the chart. I'm struggling on when to find like the entry for it.
Okay. Yeah, no, let's talk about it. So, first of all, right, typically we look at our overhead, like what happened this morning was in alignment with with the overhead resistance, correct? Right? So, when we
Okay.
opened up this morning, 605.75 was already tapped in pre-market, basically
Mm,
giving you or already setting it up if resistance breaks, this is a simple concept, we're looking at our next target.
mm-hmm,
So orb was automatically a factor here today, right? Orb,
mm,
the only thing we had to clear was our wicks. So going into the bell, price was already moving down to fill that gap from yesterday. Now, how we respond to that gap and what happens off of that bounce will typically determine the direction that you go. Okay.
mm-hmm,
So we fill the gap, we bounce. Now, when you bounce, as I was saying, what you're able to recover is going to dictate, right? What happens.
mm-hmm.
Now, this is where the magic happens. What's that?
The
That's our
fifth
box, right?
hour, yeah, that's
That
a
is a
box.
Potter box on the 5 minute. Now, what's above it right here?
Another box. Oh, empty
No.
space.
There you go. Empty space, right? So how does empty space fill?
Pretty fast.
Fast, right? You say, nah,
Mm-hmm.
say it with your chest. No.
Oh, okay, my bad, my bad. It filled up pretty fast.
Yeah, that's right. Fills up fast, right?
Speaking with
So
your chest, little.
um but anyway, we want if okay, so this is a lower time frame setup that bleeds into a higher time frame setup, right? So if I
Mm-hmm,
want a great position to take this trade, and this is where I talk about higher time frame, beautiful bounce on the cues, higher time frame and lower time frame confluence. If I am taking this punchback and that punchback leads me into empty space, which I know will fill fast, if that takes
mm-hmm,
me to 605, it's also taking me to where? The higher time frame resistance and the 5 minute cost basis inside of the box, which would also trigger a new high. So I'm seeing these, right,
mm-hmm.
or building a trading plan on the lower time frame in order to align with that higher time frame break. So my entry was looking for this cost basis to break over 604.25, and there was better entries. Obviously, if you took the bounce off the box this morning, that was a worthwhile bounce to take, and something that's worth exploring. But confirmation lied in not only punching through this box, but simultaneously recovering the floor from this morning's pre-market. Right here, you are. So by
Mm-hmm.
punching through that box, you get the floor, you get the empty space. If the empty space fills, the price will be at 605. So in order to position myself in a way that allows me to deal with whatever price does at that overhead resistance, I've created this lower time frame trade setup so that way I could take that punch back and get this potential break. So that was the entry. And there is, yes,
Okay.
of course, like taking it at the highs,
Mm-hmm.
but that's the beauty of being able to use or drop down into a lower time frame to build that setup or find, okay, if I'm going to find the 5-minute Potter box empty space at that overhead resistance to give me that break. And I do that almost, 9 times out of 10 on most of the higher time frame setups that I see.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so when we find confirmation was through that punch back through the lower time frame box. Right there, yeah.
That gave us the opportunity to create confirmation, right?
Okay.
So what I'm saying here is, like, ignore everything else I just said and just focus on the 5-minute. The 5-minute punch back, empty space, no box. So your first target is 605.71.
Mm-hmm.
And again, on the higher time frame, that 605.50, that's our break. That's where we need a candle close or a push outside of. And so as I move down, right, it changes ever so slightly, but the 15-minute, same overhead resistance. So that 5-minute setup, that 5-minute box that I took into that little bit of empty space set me up to be already in the trade for when that break could or most likely would occur. Can you guys hear me still?
Hi, baby girl.
I just disconnected and reconnected. Can you guys
okay,
hear me?
I promise.
Made money before I go to work. Thank you, Potter. You got it, baby. Now go harass Alex Straits for. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. Don't do that. Don't do that. Leave that poor beady-eyed bastard alone. We've put him through enough, for now.
Potter, you cut off for me for some reason. I don't know what happened.
No, my whole shit just shut down. For some weird reason.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, what was I saying? What was the last thing you heard?
We saw the 15-minute punch back. I mean, we saw the 15-minute time frame also, and how that leads to like the bigger trade of the day.
Yeah. So, let's just do this one last time, right? So I wake up. And I say, well, we're inside of this range, right? Both on the higher time frame and just plain and simple, in order for us to go up and test whatever overhead resistance, which we're at right now, we have to get outside of this box. So simple plan, and the higher time frame should always be simple, right? You want to simplify weekly and 24-hour, this to this. You don't really need to dig it any further. So let's get rid of everything. Okay, so we need a break. Price opens up at resistance. If you've gone through the workshop, what happens to price when you open up at resistance? If anybody knows, answer. If not, I need to remind everybody. If you open at resistance per the rules, per the workshop, you're going to fall. Now, it doesn't mean that you're going to reverse and you're going to keep dumping, right? Unless you open up underneath a box, then you will continue to fall to whatever support you have underneath you. But what this does is, by opening up at resistance, we have the opportunity to go down. And I know that the first move is more than likely going to be down. And because we have a gap, I want to see how that gap or how price responds to said gap. That's it. I drop down because I need more context. Okay, so now on the 2-hour, this trade is clearing up even more. I have a first wick here to my left. I have a clear overhead at 605. We've opened up there. We couldn't close outside of it. We have the gap underneath us. That's what we need to bounce off of. So I move down again. Again, the plan is simple. I'm just taking this trade from this break to this floor, and then hopefully this 610 floor, which we're still in the process of trying to do. I just got a ban for bullying and harassment. Damn. That's because I told him to
do it for his chest.
Yeah, I said say it with his chest, dude. Oh my god.
Come on, coach, take it easy on the kids.
Sorry,
You
I'm
also
sorry.
told them to go fuck with Alex, so I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, I did. That's all right. If I do the crime, I can do the time. All right. Anyway, so moving on, right? We drop down to the 30-minute, and the same thing is true all the way across the board. That basically 605 and 605.75 are going to be the main overhead resistances. Period. End of story. But now, as we drop in, we have to actually build a plan, right? Or align the lower time frame with the higher time frame. So again, last time, we are looking on the higher time frame for a break over this area or higher time frame area of consolidation up and out.
Mhm.
So now the plan begins. 15-minute time frame. I can already again acknowledge that price opened up at the highs. That was our open, our floor of 604.16. This was the box that obviously we were unable to punch through. And this is the gap and box that holds that gap.
Right.
All right. So now that we know exactly what we're trying to do and we're on the lower time frame, we're trying to set up a plan to take this trade that is in alignment with the higher time frame. Okay.
Mhm.
Every single time, right, or every single time we have a green candle like this, it serves as a floor. And again, if we open up at resistance and this is destined to continue moving down, then at the gap, when you bounce, these floors should reject. If they
Mhm.
don't, and again, the same thing that is true on the higher time frame is true on the lower time frame. So I can take or identify a punchback and empty space where it aligns with the higher time frame resistance. Is everybody following me here? I don't want to lose anybody. I am just finding the lower time frame setup inside of that higher time frame resistance because I am again mostly basing my trades off of that.
Gary, can I ask you something?
Sure.
If there wasn't empty space above that 5-minute box inside the higher time frame box, would you still took that early entry?
I would have used this because assuming that there was an empty space, then there would be a box, and I could either that right there where you have that. So this is a very open and clear refusal to grab onto that floor. So that right there, regardless of there being empty space, would be a suitable entry or a suitable stop loss, right? When you control something that strong and price moves over it, that's a stop loss for me, baby, all day. The stronger the box, the more likely we're going to retest it and it will bounce. All right, real quick, guys, we are starting to see a little bit of price slippage. So we're going to go back to the 1 minute where we built a box. We have a box directly up above us. I'll get back to what the explanation here in just a second. Hold on. Okay. There's empty space.
Retesting that cost basis.
There's empty space right here too. So watch what price does here. Give me 2 seconds. I'll get back with you. Dude, thank you for all the gifts this morning, Ulysses. Yeah, sorry. Probably saying your name wrong.
Probably this is where we are going back to try and get more buyers in to push price further up, right?
Yes. It's there's so many things working at once, and a lot of psychological things are just automatically tied into it, which amplify those effects. So while yes, price moves down to short, right? Institutions or prices also, we know that the majority of the volume is at the 50% mark. So if when we're up against a price and we don't have the orders to make that happen, we'll come back to grab the volume that we need and then use this tension that we've created above to get that order or to get that extra push. So yeah. Now, if it fails, again, this isn't a traditional box, you still have the floor to tap off of. And I am on the 1 minute. So Haba is up. Lulu does look good. I am watching Lulu right now. On the right side of my chart, guys, I'm watching Lulu as it approaches that 181. Do you see right now? Like even that overhead resistance, you're using it. If you are on TikTok, you guys can go to YouTube, but I'm going to restart this stream if you guys would like to hop back on. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. When you hop back in, hopefully I can keep my mouth shut. All right. I'll be right back. 30 seconds. Damn. 14,000 people saw my face this morning. Makes me a little uncomfortable. All right. Now, let's get back to what we were talking about here. So, and let me, because I feel like I might be overcomplicating this. Higher time frame, acknowledge a good setup, and then we use the lower time frame to try to spot a lower time frame setup to take this trade. So my theory is that if there is empty space up to that higher time frame resistance, and I have a box that is going to trigger that, right? If you break this box, there's nothing to stop you. So if I take this trade here, it puts me in that position, right? So I'm literally already profitable, or I already am in, quote unquote profits, at the point in which this trade would confirm that it's going to go for that break. So I found a opportunity to take this trade or front run it a little bit in order to, hold on one second. All right, a lot of you see that push overhead right there? Price is responding.
Where was your stop? If you would have had that entry and would have just been the bottom of that 5-minute box?
That could have been a stop loss. That could have been a stop loss, and that could have been a stop loss. All three of those.
And where did you actually buy? Did you buy at that bottom point, or did you buy on the right there?
No, when this candle started engulfing the floor and literally went for that close, I started pressing my orders. I didn't get filled on the first one, so I canceled and resubmitted and got filled basically as price was moved. That's why I stopped talking.
Higher.
Yeah, literally just a little bit higher. So, okay.
Right there, what would you have used for your stop?
Right where?
On your entry, the bottom of that 5-minute box?
Yes.
Yeah.
Bottom, top, or middle. Obviously, the bottom and the top are a little bit better. Now, real quick, did everybody just see that? Again, if my system was bullshit, I wouldn't be able to teach you like this. I wouldn't be able to do this live and translate. And I'm also helping myself by doing this. But that is, again, empty space. See how price kind of explodes up? You hit the 50% mark of that or the previous structure. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, third, fall, cost basis, floor is being reclaimed, empty space here, 607.97. What are you fighting with right now? I don't know, actually. Let me find out. You're fighting with that first green candle over here on the 45-second. Temporary little fight.
Dang, bruh. That's like mind-blowing stuff. I don't know.
This is the 1 minute, but it's only important. Why is this important? Does anybody know why I might be on the 1 minute right now? I've answered this question a lot. Just trying to see if that's been retained.
Clarity.
There you go. That's a good answer. Yeah, clarity. But what happens to price? What does price do that makes or requires me to zoom in? It moves fast.
Consolidation.
It moves fast, right? The faster something moves, the less data I have, right? What do I do with this? How do I manage this? I can't. What about this? Nah. What about that? It kind of makes me want to have a seizure. What about this? I can see it, but it's not clear like I like it, right? I go to the 2 minute. Okay, maybe we could, that's where things definitely brighten up for sure. Now, 1 minute differs from that time frame, but I also don't like ignoring double wicks like that. So I'm going to stick with that 50% mark, which again, clarity is here. So
okay.
The faster a stock moves or the less information that it provides for me in areas like this is an important area for me to be. I'm not always doing this. Like this morning, I didn't need to be on the 1 minute inside of that box on the Qs, did I? Did you guys see me move it down? I didn't. because we're stuck in a range, and until like 5-minute, 15-minute boxes up above me break or start to be reversed upon or candle close, I'm not really interested in doing that. But when we start ripping and moving fast, and I have no data, right? I know what we're trying to do, right? What we're trying to do right now is hang on to, we're trying to grab hold of the floor. That's what this attempt is doing, because obviously there's more empty space and opportunity up above us, but that's what I'm trying to find out. So as a, good researcher, I'm trying to see, okay, so again, we're at the 15-minute. The 15-minute is trying to close on this floor. That is clear, but what's happening right here is not. And I also know that if we can't reclaim this floor, that we will pull back and retest 606.41. So in order for me to protect myself from that potential scenario, I'm here where my strategy is at its clearest.
So the 1 minute gives us clarity on what's happening for the bigger move to happen.
If it's moving quicker. Okay. So the only time that I'm using the 1 minute is when I need, like, okay, we are hitting a 15-minute, 30-minute overhead resistance. That's 608. Remember this morning I talked about this being our first target? That's because it's my first resistance. Now, how sellers resist matters to me. And because I cannot see on the 15-minute, I mean, I could just sit here and watch, but it's those wicks like that would scare me, right? Or I wouldn't know what are we pulling back to. But when I go to the 1 minute or even the 3 minute, I see structure and I have clarity.
Got you.
Would you call that a punchback on the 5 minute on the cues?
Probably, yes. That's a punchback.
Good cost best figures? Okay.
Yeah. Now, the overhead resistance is 608.75. So that is the first new high outside of a 1 minute box. 1 minute boxes are only going to give you so much, obviously, unless we can reclaim this floor, then we'll start to see price continue moving forward. But what you just watched there, yes, was a punchback, and also a great, I mean, I love teaching like this. Like, I really do. I'm passionate about this right here, because this is where your brain needs the information and I can feed you. Pause. Open up wide, baby.
Okay.
What do I suggest with this kind of movement? What do you mean? What do I suggest? Like how to make trading it? Oh, no pullbacks? You got to be on a lower time frame if you're trying to catch this, which means that you probably should be pretty skilled at what you're doing. Now, we've just created an empty space, ran up, hit that first target that I talked about. Again, higher time frame, 608. Actually, hit 608.69. And I really don't have any greater detail here, but what I am going to do, let's just use the box here. So we're syncing the box. A retest could happen at 607.96, but we'll just let price do what it needs to do. Good candle close on the 3.
You need to clip the last 10 minutes because this was freaking gold, dude.
Let me see. All right. It's on YouTube, actually. I'm streaming this on YouTube, so I can clip it there.
But Garrett, your next target on the cues will be 609 though, right? On the hourly?
Yes, 609 and some change. Which,
Buenos
I mean,
dias, by the way.
Yeah, Buenos dias, brother. Yeah, I mean, this is...
Microsoft just went over 400, 401, or it's testing 401. Just I know you were watching that.
Thank you, thank you.
It's not ready yet, but...
I'm taking it. I'm taking it right now just because Chad said it. Chad signals. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm just joking, guys. Don't take it. I mean, honestly, you could. You could set a stop loss. It's just not confirmed and a little bit more risky, but because you did grab that floor, you could set it. If you have a longer expiration, you could set a stop loss on that. There's a great trade on Microsoft, dude. Oh my God, that's a good setup. Code on my wrist. It's auction out the case it don't fit the description for Utopia.
Looking at 410s for like 2 weeks out, or
you said what? Say that again. I'm sorry.
410s for 2 weeks out, something like that.
Yeah. I mean, I probably
maybe
will.
3.
Yeah. I was gonna say I might. What strike are you taking on this one?
I just on the chart, I'm at the 1 hour. I'm looking at 410. Is that middle of that imbalance there?
That's a good target. Yeah, that would help. And you
Got that green wick to the left, and that's middle of the imbalance. I think that'd be a good test.
Wow,
I haven't even looked at the
417.
contracts yet, though. But
I'm looking
I
at the
don't know.
contracts right now. They're a little pricey at that 410 strike. They drop off at 415 though.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Do I trade options?
March 20th.
Yes. March 20th? No, that's, I mean,
that's
you
too
could,
far
yeah,
out.
you could say that's
Yeah.
too far. I mean, to really profit
Okay.
off of that move, you need, you know, some balance between the, I would say maybe March 2nd or
Okay.
February
Okay.
27th could be a decent area. Again, you would just have, you know, maybe buy less of that strike, but that's a good, that's actually a decent
Yeah.
price for Microsoft.
Yeah, it's not bad. Okay. Thank you.
These play-by-plays are honestly what helped me the most. That's why I'm doing it more. That's why I keep doing this is when I have the opportunity to explain as it's happening, which again is just, you know, helps people build trust in this system, because when somebody's saying that this and this will happen if this happens and then it does, it's like, okay, well, he said it, I saw it, I trust it, you know, you build that trust with it. Is this futures? I am the future. I obviously buy puts. Come on. No, I don't want to. I just made 200+% on the upside, and I'm just holding on to runners. And I mean, if you take that retracement down, it could be a great setup for a 606.45 retest, but I'm just holding on to runners.
One last question, Garrett, before I'm out of here. Did you take 610s or 607s?
I took 608.
All right.
My SoFi alert just went off as well. It's breaking out. Smaller empty
I do
space.
have 610s though. Jorge, you said what? Chad, sorry.
SoFi just also alerted on a breakout. It's a smaller empty space play, but
Yeah, $20 target from here. I mean, it's not even a dollar move.
yeah,
But
it's a dollar.
yeah,
Yeah, it's not.
you're 100% correct. I mean, if you're playing the range, that could be pretty decent. I'm OJ. Okay.
Steve wants it.
Yeah, it's fighting using the cost basis.
We all know what someone needs to do.
I bought every V12 engine. Wish I could take it back to the beginning. Who are
Hey,
the other
Potter.
cats on my stream? They're in my Discord. What's up?
Oh no, I was just gonna say thank you, man, for helping me out.
Yeah.
You've helped me out with the clarity, and I look at why we go back to the 1 minute and whatnot.
Good, man. That's and you know, those kind of epiphany moments. God, those epiphany moments are the building blocks for progression. So that's good to hear, man. Question: how is day trading profitable if stocks move so slow? I am so glad you asked that. Ooh, that's a good question. So I want to tell you secret memes daily. 80 to 90% of market movement is outside of trading hours. So I am not a day trader. However, I do find myself in situations like this every once in a while when the tension is at its high and that overnight price action does not relieve price of that tension. That is where day trading, God, I love this shit. That's where day trading works out real good. If you obviously have runners still, you can sell a little bit as into strength. And now, you know, again, this is just a small new high here, but that's a great example, right, of how we're utilizing the structure underneath us to keep ourselves in the game. Do you call what you do swing trading? I mean, it's somewhere in between sometimes. I mean, I'm swinging into like day trading sometimes. But I just do what the chart tells me to do. I just the chart says you got to take it today. I'm like, okay, I guess we got to do it today. If it's a good setup, I do whatever it tells me to do. If it's a day trade, it's a day trade. If it's a swing trade or a day trade into a swing trade, then I guess that's what I'm doing. AMD, Meta, those trades that I mean, I made a lot of money on those two trades in particular. And that was a swing, that was a day trade that closed perfectly for a swing trade. So I held. I you know what? I had this conversation a long time ago. It's like, you know, some part of me does look at labeling yourself as limiting yourself. I am a day trader. I'm a swing trader. I'm whatever I need to be to make money, baby. I'm a stock market. Never mind. Is that a Nike sweater? Nike guy, dude. Look at this dude. Yes, it is. That's a Nike guy, bro. I love when screen names match. That's fucking hilarious. Yes, this is a Nike sweater. That's funny. All right. That's awesome. Do I have a full-time job? No, this is my full-time. You know what I see on cues? Channel. So we might be slowing down here, and this would make total sense, right? We're just dealing with runners right now, and we're seeing sellers try to exhibit some form of control on this. Now, if this breaks out, fine. I'm happy with it. But we are moving into lunch. It is 10:50. We should expect for price to slow down. Hopefully you guys are all in profits and everything else is just runners. So again, you can underneath 607.25, you could try to get out of those. But it feels like rolling dice. It does when you don't have a strategy. If motherfuckers can count cards and get kicked out of casinos, then you could figure this shit out. I mean, and counting cards is probably way harder. I don't know. Me personally, when people say that day trading or trading in general is gambling, it's like, yeah, I get it. I get why somebody who's new and maybe failed at this would say that. Or they had the wrong mentor. I mean, think about how many people join and they just stick to whatever mentor pops up on their For You page first. And they don't like, it's like, well, actually, I didn't like for people to do testimonials, and I still don't. I don't want testimonials based off of me teaching you. I want testimonials based off of the results, because one of the shittiest things that people do is they ask for testimonials during the teaching process. And if you're teaching someone bullshit, they're still going to feel like you're a genius. Oh my God, a bull flag? I never thought about that. And it's like that right there will have you latched onto somebody. Like, who cares about, like, whatever they're teaching you needs to be happening, right? You need to be seeing that other people are actually making money off of it. And independently too is, you know, another added importance there. But, you know, I'm a big, I want to see the results. If you're going to leave a testimonial, it's because shit's working out for you. By the way, if you have any testimonials to post, no, I'm just kidding. Does volume play a role? It does, but it's a lagging indicator. As you guys can tell, I don't have any indicators or anything on my chart. Volume has, I mean, you could have low trading volume and have high institutional volume. I mean, like, I've seen days where you don't move have high volume because it's a back and forth between sellers. I guess with my system now, the longer I used my system and the more I started to trust it, the less I needed those indicators to do anything for me. I mean, I even saw this morning, apparently this guy, there's a dude streaming. He was like trading on Wall Street. He was like a stockbroker, which doesn't have anything to do with what we're doing. And And he had a fucking EMA, and he was like, "Yeah, when we cross this EMA," and I'm like, again, it took a lot of confidence for me to be like, I think I have something new and better than what everybody else is using, because I felt like, who the fuck am I? I'm just some random dude. But eventually you see something happen enough times, you see floors get recovered and then price move up, or you see a break of consolidation after 3 waves. It's like, well, what do I need an indicator for to tell me that it's going to go up? And then what variable or what role does that play as I'm trading? It just doesn't make any sense to me. I made 465 today on Microsoft today. Whoop. Oh shit, on silver. Yeah, Microsoft is actually moving really well. If anybody did just snag that right now, I'm looking at an overhead lower time frame target of 402.21 to get up to 402.89. Oui. The long way. Are you that guy on YouTube? I don't know what that means. I am on YouTube, but what's up?
Regarding Microsoft, the reason we are taking 2 weeks out is because it's not clear overhead free space, right, to move up.
We're taking 2 weeks because we're taking it before the structure breaks. I'm utilizing the floor before cost basis, before the break over 405. I am front running this strategically, because the floor does give me an opportunity. Third tap here at the Qs. You can, again, if you would like to remove any risk. I'd like to see this break this channel, however, and see persistence paying off like that. Again, channels are not the rule of law. They are only exhibit control, and control can fail. If you would like to know why I went long on the Qs, you can actually go back on real quick. You can go back on the Qs, and you can go back on YouTube, and you can actually watch us talk about the entry before it happens, and then why I took that entry. So no, this is TradeStation. All right, TikTok and YouTube. I'm going to go ahead and shut these streams down. Hopefully you guys were able to make some cheddar. We are already halfway to our second target, so everybody should be, if you did take this trade with us, and you are holding runners, if you did have a runner and everything was risk-free and you got out for no reason, hopefully you just learned from this lower time frame why we don't until we actually see a trigger. 609.86 is the first target up above us. We're 50% of the way here. Everything is in profits, and you can get rid of this channel. You don't want to fall back into it, but more importantly, you want to stay above this box. But if these punch back, obviously there's empty space down below for a reversal. But other than that, when did I enter? Through this box at 603.92 and 604.28 into that empty space and overhead break of 606.42. All right, TikTok, YouTube. I'll see you guys at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. Take care of yourselves. Stay safe. And yeah, watch for that 610 target here.
Bye-bye.
We're $1 away. Class is March 1st, and if you won't make it to class, make sure to go to my YouTube channel and go look at the educational playlist. All right.
Hey guys, I've been gone. Is there any way to enter now to the downside where you're not? I had a stop loss on my puts and it stopped out, and now I just missed out on making a fucking bag. Do you think it's stupid to re-enter at this time or no?
If it's fueled by chasing, like again, if we're looking at what's in front of us or what needs to happen in order for us to go lower, 604.17 would be a key area. There's also areas to retest above and below, and those would be perfect opportunities to stop you out again. And not only that, again, when I'm looking for an entry, even if something has moved, I want that to have, I want to be able to take it off of structure. So if your stop loss is 605, you know, you're essentially taking a really higher, you know, longer expiration contract just to protect yourself from that. And that's not preferred. So it could be a good time. Yeah, I mean, right, I'm not going to be impulsive. Again, by the end of the day here, we got another retest. Yes, I could be short again off of this. And one of the key things that I would like to see happen is the same thing that happened before, which is 603, which is where we kind of had to fight. Or if you're being more specific, if we get a candle close under 604, yeah, I'm short. But I'm going to take, right now we're engulfing this candle and retesting that, if anything, right? So that's right under that 604 level that I gave you on the higher time frame. And at that point, yes, we can look for a potential punch down. 600 would be the first retest target. But if you're looking at a longer expiration, speculative before the trigger trade, that is something that I'm looking at. Finally, a win in 15 out 150 per contract. Nice job, Hammer. You think the YouTube stream is messed up? No, I hadn't started yet. Sorry. I'm managing my own trades right now. Oh yeah, we are. Wait, did we crash here? No, I don't know why it says. Yeah, there we go. Got out of the queues first time trading solo, mapped out, and got this QQ downside move using your system, of course. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. All right, so real quick, just a reminder for those of you on YouTube, March 1st is the Potterbox Workshop. If you've already taken it already in the past, you can join again. All I ask is, again, if you can send whatever you want, Cash App or Venmo. It could be $1, it could be whatever. I just want you to have a reservation that you remember because you paid for it. But that being said, if you were not here this morning,
Hey Potter, is that info in the announcements on the actual PBS Discord?
if it's not, it will be. Ivy or Alex, if one of you guys could go ahead and post that link in there. If you need it, let me know. But real quick, if you did not were not here this morning, be sure to go watch that video back. I'm probably going to clip that up soon, but right now, if you're just jumping in, we're looking at a pullback. Some big things are happening if we want to catch a bigger move. Again, I've been bearish overall because of a couple of key reasons. That floor, guys, got retested and is rejecting. And if it, again, whenever you bounce on the uptrend or you pull back, you have those floors to grab onto. And the same thing, right, in reverse, if I was to flip this chart back up like that, you would say, well, obviously, if we break above this or we're able to fall underneath that, we would be looking at, this is upside, of course, we're looking at it upside down. But this is a retest, and if you end up losing the same levels that you reclaimed to get here, we're moving down. So again, this could be playing out, and it's too soon to label it as such now. But that is something on the 4 hour, right? And the 2 hour is perfectly in line. On the 2 hour right now, we're actually digging into the top of this range. And on the 4 hour, we're again looking for that 604. And this would be a longer expiration because you need the protection, because you are, if you're taking it now, of course, but if you're looking at the target, or a target, excuse me, one of the targets I have is 591. And of course, if you're shooting the shot, I've said it before, 581 would be a target to the downside. This is nothing but a gap at 591.23, which, you know, we would expect a bounce off of both the body candle close and that's actually where I traded the Qs down to. It was pretty nice. But that would be 587.75. So How did you trade? How did you trade small amount changes over just minutes? I'm not sure I understand your question. All right. So to recap that, we're looking at a 24-hour candle close, basically getting close to losing that 603 or being underneath it. This could potentially drive us down. Now, if this is just a retest, and yes, empty space is a big factor in whether or not we will continue moving down. Now, if you guys were inside of the Discord, I did type out that I was going to be going short off of the multiple rejections, and if we lost that floor at 609, that I would look at taking this one down for that retest. 605s were dirt cheap at that point. And that we did get that, obviously, that pullback after catching this morning, that move up and break out of range, punch back over that. Well, we took a punch back over 604, but over the highs and into that empty space up above. So what I'm watching for as we get into the end of the day, again, I am looking to see whether or not, as you would to the upside, see if a floor has been lost, or whatever you broke out to, whatever you put effort into breaking and you tapped multiple times, if you lose that, oftentimes you'll be looking at a potential reversal. Due to the quick nature, again, of this breakdown, and you can be watching right now for a retest overhead at 605.79. Sellers will likely step up there if they are still present. Oh, what's up, Zach? It was good, dude. It was actually, today was great. Both sides, up and down. Big trade. But anyway, that being said, if we do end up closing in here, yes, I would be looking at a potential short position. We do still have after-hour gap to go fill at 600. And again, even if you look in here, this is the most recent price action presenting us with some empty space to fuel the fire. All right. Volume is just the amount of shares traded in a given time frame, but doesn't necessarily have any. I don't use volume. You know, I get what if I'm speaking about volume, I'm just we want volume to step up, or we want orders to be filled in those pockets of empty space. I'm not monitoring the level of volume because I feel that is irrelevant. All right, now let's take a look at SPY. So SPY went up, tapped the wick, right on the money. I mean, right on the motherfucking money. And as with the Qs, have pulled back underneath levels that we worked to or break out of. Now, of course, like I said before, there is still empty space up above. And we are measuring or watching as we speak to see whether this is going to end up playing out as a retest off of the top, which is normal, due to the quick pullback that we had off of that retest, or, and this is what we are doing right now, are we going to retest and continue driving down, which would open up, like I said before, kind of a similar trade, where we would be looking at the fact that just drawing lines in the sand here, that level has been retested and lost. And because we have not lost the floor underneath us, so SPY's not maybe not as close, but that box or that trigger is right here, and that would be at a loss of 681.50. So you could take a position looking for that. But again, we are looking as we speak for that opportunity. Get the hell out of here, dude. Nasally? I've got a nasally. Am I nasally? Oh. Damn, it's fucked up. All right. So anyway, that's what we're looking for. Yes, if we punch down into this box, I would be looking at a potential punch back down. All of the opportunities that we've been given to buy, we have been seeing selling. So, all right, let's move on. Last one is IWM. And while this one, it's tough to find a resolve on the higher time frame because we are in range, and at just a moment's notice, over today's highs, right? Specifically, is where we would go for that break. Now, we've retested and lost now, if this does end up closing that way, the very same level of 266.67 overhead, which has been that major sell level. So this could be sellers positioning for a potential move down. And one thing we can notice here is there is some of that channel work at play. Again, for this to occur, I think today's lows would need to be lost and 261.68. We are upside down right now, so don't get disoriented. And 257.27 would be that move down. Now, again, this is something we're looking for, and on the lower time frame, we have, like I said, dropped underneath levels that we worked hard to reclaim. And I think the 4 hour is probably best for consolidation as far as a trigger. And you'll notice the bottom of that green candle at 262.84 is where we would look for that trigger down. Now, I do like the idea and the risk to reward of looking at a 257 position to the downside. That's what I personally, looking at how price is moving right now. And even if you'd end up taking this tomorrow, I think there's ample opportunity to try. Do we have any signal yet? No. So obviously this is riskier, but if the candle does close back underneath 264, cost basis would be that next trigger to the downside. No, I trade institutions, and I am only here because of that amazing smooth voice. That's I don't like the sound of my own voice, so I can't speak on that. I don't think anybody, listens to them. I mean, maybe like David Attenborough and fucking some of the other golden. Welcome to 106.5, The Stock. All right. Anyway. Potter, these TikTok gurus talking down on your 24-hour strat? Dude, talk down to these bands, baby. Talk down to, I'm not trading in my bedroom. No offense if anybody is. If you're a guru, you shouldn't be. All right. They're just jealous of my Adam's apple. Golden throat. All right. We're going to get back to the stocks. Anyway, 24-hour time frame. Are we bearish? We are looking to answer that question by the end of the day. I wish I was trading in your bedroom. Let's go ahead and escort him out of here. All right. I've been watching for years, boys. I left trading 3 years ago to sports gamble and made over 200K. Not bad. Damn. Damn. Well, now you have some liquidity. Yeah, you could take a fraction of that and get to work, my boy. Good job. I mean, dude, yeah, if you know what, we actually, funny enough, Alex, I don't want to tell everybody your secrets, but he was like a guy. He was like I don't know exactly, but he worked for one of those sports betting companies. I have no idea. All right, so all three ETFs are given that sell signal, potentially sell signal, and we're looking at the candle close to see whether or not this is going to be an acceptable, and we don't want to chase, but all of these levels, I mean, we're buttering right now. If you're still holding any of these Q puts, we're fixing to, test that 604 right now as we speak. A second. Now, this is where, right now, this is where I want to watch that lower time frame. You guys can be doing this, right? You're putting up these little boxes, and those serve as litmus tests, right? Just essentially a literal test of whether or not we are going to reverse. And it's these small pockets of volume, right? Not necessarily a box, but these pockets of volume that if we move through that 50% or over that 605.50 and we have empty space up above us, and this could be a move that happens tomorrow, because if we open or do not close losing anything, so something to look for here. Do I just do options? No, I buy equity. I'm almost done with a format for a monthly letter, but I fucking keep being overly critical of it. All right. Potter, why does Alex hate you so much? Last night he says you abuse your stuff, your kids on. I just made a video about that. You can go and watch it. But he's just, I mean, he's literally projecting onto me what I have accused him of and saw him do. So he, I mean, he has no ammo. He's just flinging shit. All right, if you have anything you want me to take a look at, I want to really quickly cover Microsoft because it is getting close to, obviously, no cigar. And I can't take it and look at this 24-hour candle and be confident. So if you did get into it, hopefully not late, this is probably going to be my exit signal. And what I'm going to do here is if we are set for a reversal, it's not like I don't have a signal and I can't set an alert. So not holding just because I have a good expiration, we are losing that floor. So Jesus Christ, these 605s, mother of pearl. Does anybody say that anymore? Merlin's beard. That's a good one.
I had 606s for 19.
Dude, you guys better posting these gains, man. I want to see it. Posting gains, man. Damn, Nemo. Low risk Pokemon card money. Oh my God, dude. I feel like you got to be a robot to see this. That shit's hurt my eyes. But that's 275%. Not bad. Hey Potter, I'm muted on the Discord. DMI Alex or Ivy, unless you're monthly. So how much you share? Do you have? How much of a share? Mando, I don't. Yeah, I don't. Now is not the time for me to be purchasing those. LB. Oh yeah, you were snacking on something earlier, LB, and it felt like you were eating us. Good Lord, have mercy. All right, touched it. Huh?
Sorry, I didn't realize it.
No, we just didn't want to keep being eaten, you know. 603.12, real quick, guys. That's the next area on the queues. But good God. What are we listening to right now? Oh, shit. Is it too late to enter the queues? Yes. If you are trying to trade it down right now, I think there's probably going to be a better entry. Yes, I am looking at a potential short, but there are still levels that must be lost. Here on the 30-minute, we need that 602. I just don't want people chasing shorter expiration contracts right now. That's probably not a great idea. However, if you are still holding any of the puts that were grabbed up at the highs, that I guess you want to, because I signaled, there's the 603.40. So watch right now on the 3-minute. If you can make it back up above 604, that might be enough to get back up, but what if you like buying high and selling low and go short?
Yeah, I grabbed three 605s for $35 a piece. I got rid of them for $102. I know they're up now more. I know I shouldn't have.
Yeah, no, and again, I'll just really quickly explain my logic here. We were waiting on a 610 target. I mean, 609.78 is good enough. That is the wicks on the higher time frame. And so, you know, this was a just pure profit position. And I literally was like, okay, this is the fourth time, right, that you've basically, because you did punch back. You did go try and touch a new high, came back, held the floor. And so on that second, and I did first attempt right here at 609. I got out of those, but it popped up, hit that wick. And again, the same concept that I'm trying to explain to you guys right now on the higher time frame is the same concept that I was applying to this and will always apply. When price is given the opportunity to go higher and even closes green outside of it and immediately returns because there is a overhead resistance back to the structure that you built to keep pushing price forward, that's where, yes, I'm starting to look at how you got here, right? How did price make it to this level, and what would we have to lose in order for that to occur? And so taking that short up at the highs not only gives me an advantage because, again, I'm in structure. There's no empty space here, and I can set a stop loss overhead. And these were, like LB and everybody else was just saying to me, these contracts were dirt cheap. So you could have taken a fraction of what you put into the QQQ trade to the upside and played with the profits to the downside. And again, it's not always a great idea to do that just because, but given the opportunity that was presented and the risk to reward on those target-based contracts, it felt like kind of a no-brainer to me. I did tell people again inside of the Discord that I was gonna do this. So again, for a higher time frame move, we need that candle to get closer to close. So all this lower time frame shit, right? We're paying attention to it simply to identify where that close is likely going to be. Right now, I see the potential as we speak after we just bounced off of that low of 603.40 box. Now we're filling that empty space. We've just made it back up above that 604.20. Again, going to the 1 minute. There's your Potter box on the 1 minute. All right, so we're watching that. Go ahead and drop your request if you're not. Oh my God, if you're not trading the Qs, or if you're not trading right now and just looking for one of these swing trades, how do I send it? Send what? Oh, that. Wait, you're talking about? What are you talking about? Oh, Supreme Court rulings on the 20th of tariffs. That might be worth taking a position off of. So I'm curious how you would recommend this sort of short play with either SQQQ or TQQQ. You would need to, so you're saying there's only weeklies? I don't trade SQQ very often.
So Potter, I got a question for you. If you're going to take this back up again, right? Would you do tomorrow's?
I'm not doing that yet, because again, if I zoom out on the higher time frame, there's nothing here for me, right? Like to let it spread. I mean, if you're taking it into the box, it's just more risk, and we've just failed to grab anything that puts us remotely close. So as far as a retest, I'd like to see a little bit more explosive price action right now. Look at IWM, guys, right off that 15-minute fucking median right there, 263 on the dot. So now all of those levels that we were looking at are bouncing. We get to find out. It's 3 o'clock. We still have a little bit under an hour to wait and position ourselves correctly. But if you were, yes, to take a reversal trade, whether it's speculatively or you see something, yeah, you would need probably maybe tomorrow or even another day stacked on top of that. How do I get litty on a Wednesday afternoon? I don't know. Do some whippets. All right, let's see. What else do we got? Oh, Shannon. Yeah, so that's Cash App, Venmo, send whatever you want. It's Spotter Stocks. And again, this is only for people who already have the workshop and have, like, if you just bought it, you don't need to do this. But if you are, if you took the class last time and it's been a while, that's all I'm asked. Did you place that over a fair value gap? I do not use any ICT concepts. I refuse to use a strategy from a guy who goes to the Robbins Cup year after year and blows his fucking account and overcomplicates and overdefines the entire market. So that way people always feel a sense of analysis paralysis because there's so many different setups within the ICT. I trade one setup, empty space and boxes, which is pretty simple. So I have no idea what the hell that even means. I did see somebody this morning while I was scrolling, and they were talking about the target for the Qs today, and their target was here and they said that was the fair, like, I guess, okay, so yeah, this right here was the fair value gap. Again, I'm not a fucking ICT dork, so I don't really know, but here to here, nah, bruh. That's not where the target is. And that's why we were able to take it that much further. And I cannot tell you how many times I've had ICT people try and like be like, oh, the reversal's coming right here. And it's like maybe on the 1 minute, but not on a higher time frame. I'm not insulting anybody that uses ICT. I get it. It's one of the most popular strategies out there. But personally, if it's popular, if it's the biggest stream, that's not where I'm swimming. I wonder how the mind would react trading under nitrous. I think you would just wake up with the imprints of your keyboard on your face. All right, these bounces are not really amounting to much. SFM to down on earnings. It says earnings, Sprouts Farmers Market. Anybody shop at Sprouts? Care to fill us in? What's the energy? No, I'm just kidding. Now, first test, right? The first thing that we do on every single earnings is how does it move? And clearly it has gotten a fucking move on. Inside of this range, obviously more difficult price action, but pretty substantial falls. But those falls do come out of consolidation. So there is an element there that would concern me, I suppose. This is wrong. ICT works with only certain tickers, to be honest. And that's where I feel a sense of pride, because my shit works on futures, on crypto, on stocks, on options. I've had people who actually, and I know that Manny might tease you for this, but I won't, who have charted options using my strategy. And what they were able to do is actually know or have a great idea of where to TP those contracts. If you have a brokerage that almost shows you candlesticks for the option value, it actually still applies. It's obviously less liquidity, so it's tougher to spot. I wouldn't recommend it as a forward, strategy, but like, yeah. Am I a farmer? No. Sprouts near me is a pickle court now. A pickleball court. I noticed new traders use Forex strats on options and futures and shit does not work. I mean, yeah. I have nothing to say about it, because all I know is that the majority of the people who use it struggle, and they go through the same, and it's just a very slim. I actually think that if you're a narcissist, or maybe a little bit of psychopathic with a lack of emotion and empathy, you probably do really good. You probably do really good, but I don't know if that's what you want. I'm not saying that you have to be one to trade that, but Anyway, all right, I'm done talking about it. Let's look at this money. So is there a potential punch down below 63 and a fuck ton of empty space that could, yes, usher in another dump? Of course, if that's what you're planning on doing, you have to recognize that there is empty space and a trigger to potentially take this up to 81. So, that being said, this has had a tremendous fall from its grocery grace. And at this point, it gets a little bit eerie trying to short something without, it's not like you didn't obviously do this before, and you did have a similar trigger that you bounced off of cost basis, bounce, and then you just dump right through it on earnings to fill that empty space and drive down to that floor. So, but it is earnings, I think you might moonlight as a farmer. I wouldn't be mad at it. Farming could be pretty cool. All right. Dash up on earnings. Dude, I have at least a percentage. They know who I am. The top CEOs are like modeling their business off of me. That doesn't look bad. Doesn't look great. Where are you coming from weekly? Okay, that does look better. Weekly empty space. First target would be 183, excuse me, and 190. If you did happen to successfully break anywhere above that, you could have a secondary target of 200. At the same time, if I was, again, with earnings that are not straightforward, they're not, again, I would just really quickly, I want to just point out for those of you guys who are new, I do take earnings trades, and I do not take earnings trades on things that are not perfectly clear. If it does not look like a setup that I would take on a normal basis, I do not take it. Schwab is a great example of a trade that we took coming in or going into earnings with actually equal opportunity on both sides of the trade. You had empty space down through this punchback, and you had a punchback and empty space all the way up here. This turned faced a couple days before earnings, reclaimed its floor, and opened up on the floor and left the box, closed a candle outside of 74.50 or 30, and this was a no-brainer earnings trade for me. Popped up and ended up hitting our target right on the money. So that's a great setup that we looked at. And then Nike, right, was another multiple. We've traded Nike earnings so many times now, and it's gone great. But this was a box and trade setup that made perfect sense to me. So if you're asking me about earnings, I have a specific, right? The idea of catching one of these big trades is alluring, and it does trigger the FOMO. And I'm sometimes it catches my foot here and there, but for the most part, and especially over the last 2 years, I do not fuck around with setups that don't make sense. The only thing that would be a variable in that is if that stock only moves on earnings. Okay, all right, moving on. Etsy has earnings in the morning. Okay. I'm watching the QQQ and IWM right now fail on their bounces, retesting. If you're on YouTube or Discord, take a look at the wick over here on the right side of your screen. 604.83 is being retested. So if you take, again, shorts, if you do end up taking a position to the downside, the first target is only 600. Or, well, not, I'll say only 600. That's a decent move, but it would be 600. Well, 1 second. Just want to take a look at this channel again. And 596. 596 would be the floor target on a lower time frame. So for anybody doing shorter, I don't know what you're doing, but if you are looking at a short position on the Qs or SQQQ, again, they are pretty much identical. You're just flipping your chart upside down and picking targets off of that. Boy, that side is inflated. Yeah, tell me about it. Do you think our system is being disrupted these days and will go down now the files are coming out? Fuck, if people could do what they love or do what they care about, if teachers could go to school and have a livable wage, and people didn't have to be doing what we're doing right now because the economy and what they just like to do, or whether they like it or not, their job just does not cover a quarter or even half of what they need, and basically forces them into a place where they have to settle for less and live way underneath, a normal person's means in order to survive. Like, yeah, I would love to, if that meant that, my job is harder or doesn't exist anymore for the greater good. Yeah. I am taking advantage of a system that already exists with or without me. And yes, I mean, the stock market is sucking the world of all of its value, whether we like it or not. It is happening. I mean, that is the goal of private equity firms. Private equity firms find a asset, they buy it, they try to refine it, pull as much value out of it as they can until it's a fucking dry husk of what it used to be. And then when they can't play with it anymore, they kick it to the side, dead. Look at our housing. Look at the housing. Anyway, all right, I'm getting distracted. All right, 24-hour time frame on Etsy. Yeah, these are just things that are in the back of my mind sometimes. This is crazy. It's not a great setup. I'm not going to give this one even a 5, but there are some potentials here, but this is the weekly time frame. The most obvious thing would be a potential retest of $50. So if you're taking a straddle on that, that would be the straddle up and then down 39.80. However, I'm just going to throw this one out there. If they were cheap enough, 30.87, because honestly, again, I'm not a fundamentalist, but I know that Etsy is not the cream of the crop here and could definitely use, I think this one follows Snapchat. Harry, what's up? Why are you crying? No cry. Nope, you're not allowed to cry. No crying in the club, bro. Dry those tears. I was a middle school history teacher and made 10 times more than trading. I mean, then I guess you weren't good at trading. I mean, no offense, but that's what that means. You just didn't do well trading. Did I read that wrong? I was a middle school history teacher and made 10 times more. Oh, you're right. I did. I did read that wrong. Well, okay. There you go.
I gotta send you back to middle school.
You know what, buddy? I get a little I get a little eepy. A little tired sometimes.
You didn't have your 6th coffee for today?
I did not. I've only had 2 full espresso tonics. Boy, these things are delicious. Your speech, maybe.
Do you still be chewing on that neuroplastic?
Neuroplastic? Yeah, because of all the polymers in it. Not as much with the espressos. But I also have this Arden's Garden has this like neurotropic smoothie that I drink like twice a week. And that shit, I don't know, if I feel like it lasts for days. It's a lot of the brain mushrooms. I don't use it daily because it's bad for the liver. Apple could be a disgusting downside trade. It looks like a wide fluctuation in price likely has you in a channel underneath 262.48. I would take my shot for a first target to the downside at 260.22. And then obviously I'd be tracking lower time frame price. Look at that money right there. Oh my God, that is the centroid of the mechanism. Look at that.
Are you still in your Microsoft?
No, I got out, man. What's with the profile picture? Oh, that's just me, but really strong. Think over, yeah, so right now we're getting that bounce, still holding that 603.24. Again, we're going to leave this to the end of the day. It's 318. If you lived in Cali or New York City, would you or Peyton shop at Airhorn? No, I'm not buying a $25 strawberry. Hell nah. All right, what else are we looking at here? Drop your request. Yeah, hold on one second. All right, so Lulu, does it still look good? Surprisingly, it does. However, Lulu is infamous for closing solidly green and without actually closing or gapping up, and that's what I would kind of rely on. It does look good. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you, and if the market could find its footing, this could be it is the third time, right? And it's not like you don't have another 183.50 trigger. But on a 24-hour time frame, yes, that trip up to, I think 190.50 would be the target here. So let's look at the lower time frame. Same resistance, same hold. Now where's the floor? Here. Look at that. Everything lines up. Money. overhead resistance, floor. So I mean, I mean, this one I feel kind of the closer you get to closing to 181, the higher the probability is that you do go and the first target for shorter expirations would be 186.14. Walter Bloomberg dropped news on Iran. What's my opinion in that short? Is that short worthy? I mean, the market itself is telling me that there's a short down to at least tomorrow, potentially 596.25. I'm watching how we're closing here. I mean, again, we have plenty of time still, but if this keeps finding its footing, then we may end up retesting tomorrow at a minimum 605.77, which again, this is just normal price action. If you can't break what's in front of you, you're going to come back and grab the volume that you need. So, all right, moving on. Hood up, please. I really can't speak on this one. Making any sort of significant move based off of just this 24-hour candle alone. There might be lower time frame. Okay, so there are some hints, right? One of those would be you remember I talked about kind of like that death candle, or the same thing happens to the upside where you're given the opportunity, you fill up empty space and you fall and get pulled back underneath that 76.50 as we're looking at it now, right? Price is moving down to this floor. If that fails, right, you would still be maintaining, well, shit, I guess you're here now. So I would say that being a hood short, it is a open under 74.76 with the first target at the floor here at 73.22. And at that point, I would be looking for where the majority of the volume is, which is down here. And that's 71.84. So Starbucks. So again, when I want to be above here, period, end of story. Or if you want to be more specific, today's high, it shares that same overhead resistance. And when that is the case, that's what I'm looking for, is I want to see that overhead resistance broken. And inside, again, there's usually context clues as to how something will move. Above that, you would see pretty fluid movement to 97.87. And at that point, yes, you would be looking for a move. And it's not a box, it is a range. Right, you do have consolidation here, but you have one bounce off of the floor. So it is a candle close outside of 98.85 on the 4-hour time frame that would get you started. Now that changes clearly on the 30-minute, but you do have a good start at 96.86. So I can never figure out how to chart Disney. Let me tell you a secret, don't. If it doesn't make sense, don't do it. If it doesn't make sense, how are you going to make dollars? Sorry, I couldn't leave that one. That was pretty good, though. That was pretty good. MU. This one's due for some fucking rippage, and that could be in either direction. Now, it seems like it's holding its footing here at cost basis. You are pulling back. It's not cost basis, dork. Okay, so let's get rid of this, because I think this is not correct. So when I'm going to go look at and see where prices retrace to, right? That wick right there filled up every single little bit of empty space. This right here filled up every single little bit of empty space. And when you're on the sell side and you're filling up empty space, every time you go down, you are for sure bearish, right? Because you're basically eliminating the opportunities that buyers would have, right? And in a bull market, typically you leave those windows open and you'll accumulate before you go and get them. So while this one is just simply rejecting that 428, I would look at 406 23 as a first step to actually triggering this one down. And I'm not going to lie to you, knowing how MU moves, and again, this stock has been kind of an anomaly here. But knowing how MU moves, if you did catch a reversal on this one, I would expect it to happen pretty quickly. Within 2 weeks, you would be likely very much testing the 346.90. Now, again, because we haven't triggered that and we're still up at the highs, we can consider 426.68 to be a potential trigger. Again, I don't like the upside as much to 440. You want it to make sense? I mean, I get that, but like that's why I have like this I don't get attached. I try not to get attached to stocks. Some stocks like Meta and they get me sometimes because I just want to prove that I'm right. But again, if a setup is unclear, then it's going to be harder for you to make money on it. I got made fun of one time by some dude in my comment section because he was like, well, that was the easiest setup ever. And I'm like, well, why didn't you fucking take it then? Why aren't you posting it? Like if it was so easy, and why did we need it? Why did we need that to be hard? I don't want my trades to be hard. I want them to move. I want to travel the path of least resistance, and that is literally the definition of empty space or a lack of structure is the least resistance possible. Circle if you're bullish. I mean, there's nothing here on this chart other than, right, and this is literally the story here in a nutshell. You're above where you needed to break and you've touched what you needed to reclaim in order to continue moving up. So this is going to basically draw you into the lower time frame because you haven't lost what you've reclaimed, you've only rejected and you're just holding in between the two. You're kind of in a read and react scenario here as well. Am I considering taking Lulu up? I am considering taking Lulu up. Good hold. I see something. Oh, love a good channel. Does it line up perfectly with my cost basis in my box here? Oui. Not bad. All right. If you have any questions on TikTok, just hold them. We're getting here to the last 30 minutes of the day, so I want to make sure I get these requests. I'll answer that options. How do options work? It's just tracking the underlying asset. It's a reservation in price that collects value based on the underlying asset and where volume and delta, which is a Greek that tracks price inside of options, tells it or says it's going to go. 260 puts for like, ooh, shit. Friday
There's a
contracts.
battle going on now, 604 with these Qs.
I'm watching it, man. And this is such an important level. We should expect for price to be doing exactly as it is. Settling, trying to utilize the volume that's underneath it. Personally, if we do take this trade, if you are short, just know we do not have a foreshore trigger, so you should be using low risk. I will apply risk when 602 is 33 is lost, because then I'll have an open window. But
what's that number?
602. 602. Fuck. Get out of here, box.
Yeah, this is fighting right now, right around 604.
Yeah. All right. Ivy or Alex, hold on one second. If you guys want to drop that, what I was talking about earlier. Oh, no, I don't want, okay. Yeah, it's not finding support right now.
Hey, Garrett, on the other side of the 602 up, that green when it went up last time this morning,
Yeah.
it just there's nothing there actually because it just used everything up, right? It just
Say
cleared all that out.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Behind it, like the day before, like pre-market, there was a lot of ups and downs, and then so it shot right up from 602. It shot right all the way up to say 610.
Mm-hmm.
And it just cleared, and that pushed all that up. So all that volume behind that area is kind of like gone, isn't it?
For the catalyst to the upside, I mean, if you can still clear 605, we'll move back up to retest 608.
Yeah, that's like a
yes.
floor.
But yeah, it's again that analogy that I use about dropping into a cage, right? The only way out of that cage is through the ceiling that you dropped into. So
Well, it's just you start talking about volume and volume areas, and then when it moves through it in certain ways, it just like clears it all out. It's like there's nothing
right,
really there.
it's utilizing that volume to push price higher.
So it looks like it finally busts through that 604.
Yeah, it's lower time. This is all lower time frame bullshit, though. I'm waiting to see. Again, remember I talked about this one particular little box or range that we're looking at right now. It's all starting to make sense.
If it gets up here, you think of the upside?
I'm not playing this.
I have nothing in the queues right now at all.
I personally, I have no claim. I see no opportunity. Me personally, if you do, do you? But I don't really want any of what we have.
I don't
here.
actually.
Yeah,
I made money up and I made money down today.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I literally smoked this thing 2 times today, and if anything, a gap up here to 606. That could be the ticket, to real more downside. But again, we have plenty of time still to watch price and see what it does in order to make a determination here. So, yeah, I mean, just remember where we're at on the 24-hour. We have a long ways to go. We have a long ways to go until that trigger fires. And if that's going to fire, like I said before, if you're on the right side of that tension break, you'll have multiple opportunities. Had I been a little bit more forward thinking, I would have taken that position during at the same time that I took that rejection trade at the upside, but I didn't. I saw a retest of 605 at most.
Hey, Garrett.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, I know you'd rather fall asleep on an anthill with your ears full of honey, but could you take a look at Walmart down for earnings?
That was a good one. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Fuck.
You've met your equal with those.
Yeah,
those
that was good.
phrases.
That was good. I'm speechless. I mean, that is very tempting. 120, 180 would be the first target to the downside. Let's look at the weekly. Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, you're front running that setup, so I mean, shit, it does look like. The fuck are we doing? Okay, I was wondering what that music was. I have gone over the ETFs, yes. Thank you guys for tapping your screen. I appreciate you. I mean, that is tempting. The only thing that's tough is like, if you pull back and you hit this, there's no telling that you can't gap back up or bounce off of that. But yeah, I mean, and then I would say maybe the 50% mark at 118.50. If you can punch down through that box, I mean, there's more. There's a 109, but do I focus mainly on stocks? Yeah, I do. Mostly on stock options. Ayo, boy, you better get off my YouTube. Feeling like Alex Trades right now. I'm just kidding. That was too far. That was too far. Reel it in. Reel it in. Whew. That one even shocked me. God damn. All right. What's next? What do we got here, guys? Jesus Christ. Somebody in this Discord has been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel for one whole day.
Nah, they probably just let it roll.
Yeah, I know. I do the same thing. I still like KDP. I mean, today's candle was a little disappointing that it couldn't hold, but you did bounce, you did retest up at that 29.42, and I'm still, I mean, I'm with you guys watching this one because it is really, really close to potentially pulling off that break up. If you would like to re-enter, you can. If you would like to re-enter, if you feel like you're in a place where you can do that or roll them, but we are in need absolutely a break of 29.40. And then I'm not going to say that this box is clear. It is clear on the higher time frames, and that has us up at 29.70, and a candle close outside of 29.90 could be the confirmation that you need to take this one to $30, and of course possibly up to 31. Now with earnings getting so close here, that's something to look at for earnings. Probably about 2 weeks. If you're taking this for earnings, you can take a little bit of a shorter expiration. Oh, you need the code, Ivy? Stripe?
Yes, chef.
Okay. Hold on. It's refreshing. I need to wait for the next one. All right, let's see here. NOW. Damn. Damn, Zaddy. That's tempting. How much do you need to start trading options? $100. Your goal is not to make money at first. It's to nail this strategy down, which will be the most important thing. Sorry, brother John. This does not look bad. I think if anything, you have a great stop loss if you have a good expiration of 106.40. You have a overhead target right now of 112.50, which inevitably would lead you, I believe. Let's go to the 2. There it is. 113.15 and 114.23. What happened here? You built a box and then you punched through it. So it would be 116 or 115.92. So I mean, I wouldn't even, you know, again, if you break out, you're not looking at TP here. You're looking here and here. Runners go up into the 117s. That's not bad. That's not I like the resilience. I mean, honestly, now that the queues are bouncing like this, and I'm seeing a couple setups held within the queues that look like they might still take advantage of some opportunities to the upside. Queues are bouncing. So again, patience is paying off right now. All right, let's keep it moving. I want to try to get all these requests. We got plenty of time. Take it with me to make me happy. All right, hold on, Ivy. All right, there you go. If you can. Let's see how the risk to reward on this looks good. Or if it looks good. Good day's work is done. To watch. Good dance. So 116. They're not bad. They're not bad. The spread's a little wide. You know, if we get that target, that's not a bad setup. Let's see here. I mean, this is the thing. It has to go. With all of this fucking nonsense up here at the top, this is the, I'm not saying I'm saying this is your opportunity to do it, or failure would be a nasty move down. But the fact that you drove price down, hit cost basis, retested, hit cost basis, and now you're flat outside of it, I mean, it's not a bad setup. With this bounce, it lets me know that I could possibly just take the Qs tomorrow, like I did today. And what we, again, if you were not here this morning, go back and watch that trade. Because just being able to take it from point A to point B to point C, and then fucking, you know, wasn't on live when I called the short, but that was right at the top, baby. All right, let's see, what else do we have? A-Lab is gonna, upside is gonna be so juicy. One message, reclaim the floor, 140.80 and 138.33. Those two levels are going to be maximum importance. There is obviously above the wick, which you are today's high of day. There is a move up there, which could be a profitable move, but until you reclaim this floor and start working over 149, advice on day trading, QQQ, have a good strategy, my boy. That'd be my advice on any stock or on any ETF. The same strategy I use, I only use one strategy, the Potter Box strategy. That is all I use. And for anything, if I'm buying crypto, if I'm buying Ethereum, I'm using the PBS. If I'm buying equity, stocks, just flat out PBS. Even my long-term investment. What's up?
So like the last 30-minute candles on the Qs, right? You had 5 red candles, then a big green one, but not a lot of volume. Does that play into anything?
It only plays into anything if, or something if, so right now, that same area, right? This is what I'm looking for. And we're moving pretty, I mean, I'll be honest with you. Everything that's happening right now is still, in my opinion, bearish. So let me explain myself here. 5-minute time frame. How are we bouncing? Pretty quickly, easily reversed upon, right? So if you don't build something here and you just rip up to retest this, you know, I still think that you could retest 606.50, but inevitably that would be a rejection point. And if you fell back down or started a reversal off of that, but again, you know, the opportunities are limited here. And the further we get away from closing underneath that 604, the harder that this, I mean, and guys, let me also just say this. I've always been consistent in my message on where or when I do not trade, right? And where is that area? When I'm in between two signals. And that is exactly, precisely where we are. So I have the liberty, right, that if we break over 617 or we reclaim this floor and punch through this box, like I could look at a position all the way. Because if we get this, we get that. I mean, and I'm keeping it simple because it is. If we get this, which you have refused adamantly, then we get that. But as of right now, that signal is far away, and we just retested and failed grabbing hold of that floor, the trajectory and weight. Look at the Qs. Look at how fast they're going. Do you see that on the lower time frame? Look at this.
Yeah, I'm seeing 602, right? But for tomorrow, and I don't want to see it happen overnight.
I don't want anything to happen overnight. If anything, just go up and gap up into this structure, reject it, and then fail. What is the PBS? That's the Potter Box strategy. It's a low risk, high reward. Well, depends on how you trade it. Some people trade it with right outside of the money contracts and high risk, but they have a better strategy to do it on. No indicators, no flow, no news, no nothing. Just straight chart. But the Potter Box strategy is looking for areas where price is staying in range. Over extended, typically on the 24-hour or weekly time frame. And then I look for, so, you know, just to use today as an example, I look for these areas of consolidation and then price breaks into areas that have no resistance. I only trade, folks, in here, in these pockets. Like I actually would still contemplate taking a trade if we did reclaim this because the most recent price action is mostly empty. But that's the same reason that, you know, obviously. Wait, are your boxes only showing the ones you made on each time frame? Yeah, most of them are separated. Some of them are still together. Yeah. Are you crazy for wanting 598? No, my short target is past 598, brother. I listen, I'm looking at this on the 24-hour time frame, and I know we're gearing up for a move one way or another. That is period, end of story. Now, when I look at the whole picture, and again, this is my short bias. This is the reason why on a higher time frame I am short. And that is subject to change. Just because I'm short doesn't mean I have a position. It means that overall that's the position I'm looking to take. And there's two levels that change that, right? Those two levels, which we are still dreadfully far away and still testing. Look, 610, bottom of the green candle here. That's another floor that we rejected today. Now, you look at the extended effort, 1, 2, 3, over a period between November, the start of November, all the way until the end of January, where you finally get a break into new highs. You offer everybody a new price, high price. Nobody wants to buy. Price returns back down. I took a short off of that candle close. Same concept that I was just trying to apply to that lower time frame setup, right? Which is why we wait for candle closes on those time frames, because we have to. But with that being said, price ends up falling or closing back underneath what it worked so hard and so long. Pause, that's what she said. To get down underneath. Price ends up moving down under the same levels, right? Same levels that we have lost before, that led to price moving down. So when I look at this setup where we are basically retesting that same level, if price ends up curling back down, I have this target of 581.44, and that's where I will short it to, given, again, I'm going to represent this to you guys. This is my trigger. Today's low is the trigger. Anything taken before that is speculative and subject to getting an ass whooping. Now, what's happening right now on the 5-minute is perfect. This is everything I need to see. Why? We are retesting. Damn, I called that out. Anybody grab that? Did anybody grab that? That was honestly a end of day. That was fire. Both of those triggers that I gave you about 15 minutes ago. See that box? Punch back, pause at cost basis, punch through, and now we're ripping up into that empty space. This is why we wait for the higher time frame candles to break. Now, I suspect that the closer we get to 608, tomorrow we could be looking at a full touch of 610.62. But again, I don't need to do anything. When my trigger to the upside is above and below, that is where fucking tomfoolery happens. That's where fake outs occur. You could have looked at this and been like, well, let's gotta go. Calm down. We're going back down. In fact, I would say the next point of contention will be 606.50, which I believe lines up perfectly with this floor. Beautiful. Why trade ETFs? ETFs have small swings. I disagree wholeheartedly with you. IWM, QQQ, I don't trade SPY very often. Typically give way to incredibly low risk, but incredibly high reward. Not only overnight swings, but typically if they open up outside of a range, they do give great movement. That is not always true, which is why I cycle between IWM, QQQ, and then individual equities when neither one of them. One of the coolest things about the Discord game page is you'll actually see where people are hot and heavy on IWM, and then we'll shift to the Qs, and then we'll shift away to neither one of them or any of the ETFs because all of them are stuck in range. But right now we have open space and we have volatility. So, and not only that, we're dealing with a incredibly heavy market. There is so much overhead that, you know, again, shifting my bias to bullish, whew, not off of that. I'm going to be patient because the amount of money that I know that I'm going to make if I end up catching the break below that 595 or my trigger here, I'm going to make a bag. This is, again, clear setup, 586, and then runners into that 581. And there's plenty of spots to secure profit along the way. But I'm looking at this as all, I mean, even if you look at it on the monthly, right? You look at it the monthly, you look at it on the weekly. The weekly is just, you know, green right now. And that's obviously subject to change as well. But if you look at what this floor or where we're, and again, I'm not in it, I don't have a position, so I can think whatever I want. I just need to know when and where to react. But this is the floor. So what's underneath it? If this bounce on the Qs does not, and it's not, this is fucking easy peasy, lemon squeezy. That's the floor you need. That's the floor you need to lose. If we lose this floor, where does price bounce off of? Two targets, 589 and 580, 55 or 581, which is that target on the higher time frame. Expirations on something like that, you would need to be out at least 3 weeks. At minimum 3 weeks. If you're taking it and front running it, add more time. You need like a month or two because you're trying to front run something. Now, I'm telling you right now, what I'm seeing on the 5 minute is perfectly reversible price action. Like this right here is how I want to retest because it's the same reason that, or it's the same type of, I mean, we rip really hard, right? And we fall pretty fast. We move to structure. So we just extracted the volume out of this pocket right here, making it the reversal that much easier, perhaps tomorrow. Yeah, no bullishness until a 606.40. I think the speculative trade here is, again, speculative. A rejection overnight, price retraces through that empty space, and we do make it to 599. You can speculate on that. That's, again, though some of you guys are doing exactly as you're supposed to do, and you're profitable, and you have the liquidity to spend. Like me. And Jose. And other people. Do I buy in the money or near it? No. Target-based contracts. I keep my risk incredibly low because, again, I have a system, and I know some of you guys have seen this, where, I mean, I'm spotting targets a week away or a couple of days, and they're far away. And it's farther than most investors or traders would even comprehend because nobody, again, I'm not trying to sound cocky, but like nobody sees empty space like we do. Nobody looks at like how price moves through those. They catch pieces of it and they feel FOMO. And it's like they make excuses for it. So they never really are able to, you know, they'll say things like green is green or profit is profit. And then they'll try and shake it off that way. But in reality, they're not trying to figure out why. They just got caught, you know, with a piece of it. So. Give me a second, guys. I'm watching the cues here. I want to see what it does. Traders never look at every angle and time frame. That's right, they do not. So if you were to speculate, this would, you know, obviously be an area to do that. I think you're crazy, but sometimes crazy people win. Hell, I'm a little crazy, you know. 595. So yeah, they're expensive. So SQQQ, if you are speculating, might be a better option. 595s are 126 bucks. All right. I think one of the things that gives us an edge too, as well, is the fact that we do top-down analysis. There is no time frame that is separated from the other. One bleeds into the other, and we're focused on the ones that are clearest. And some like this morning, if you watch back that YouTube video, you know, that's where I'm obviously looking at a lower time frame because I need clarity. All right, retest there, zoom in. How was the morning? This morning was amazing. We had a tremendous trade to the upside on the Qs. beautiful little lower time frame punchback bleeding into a higher time frame trade. Again, I walked and explained my whole reasoning for doing so. Took that one up, runners into the 950s, and then I took a little hedgerino as we dipped back underneath that 609 level, added to that underneath the 609 break, and then yeah, that one ended up working out pretty well right up until the end of the bell. There's that rejection right there. I was off a little bit, my bad. Let's see if it follows through. Following through would mean losing the floor underneath you, or the red candle here to your left. That's 606.13 and 605.90. Am I self-taught or surface level information, or you with surface level information, or you had a mentor? I had a mentor. He was a scammer. I got mad. I saw that everybody on the internet was just carbon copies of doing different versions of what he was doing. So I isolated myself for almost like over a year, and just focused on price and took key indicators like, you know, parallel channels, things that I saw actually worked, and incorporated them and meshed them together to obviously spot this system. Volume profile is when things really started to take off. I use volume profile to spot that on the 24-hour chart only, that the majority of the volume inside of a higher, or inside of any box or any area of consolidation, is at the 50% mark. And because of the high volume and the tension inside of that box, price moving through that 50% mark basically unleashes or breaks that volume, and you're able to flip it and utilize it to take it in whatever direction that punchback has occurred. So like this morning, right, we end up moving up, tapping cost basis, filling that empty space. We retrace back down. Price ends up closing and obviously punching through that box, closes at the wick, which was the only resistance you had in the most recent price action, with nothing but empty space over here to your left. But yeah, I taught myself. I had homies that were learning with me, or, you know, doing similar things, but I mean, like I said before, I isolated myself for a long time to try to figure this shit out. Oh, I got him. Dude, that's the shittiest thing. I almost want to unblock that person. Where's he at? Hold on, I'm gonna unblock him. Listen. This has got to be one of the trashiest things I ever see. Look at this dude. He's posting in here and he's saying, I'm paying $5,000 at the first 5 people who message me struggling. Trust God, in profits, crypto, forex, Philippe. Come on, bro. I mean, I know it's a scammer, but good God, dude, these humans are fucking, some humans suck. They fucking suck. All right. 2 minutes here. So again, if you're speculating on a short, this could be the place to do it, expecting this price to retrace. You know, again, with these type of situations, without a signal, it's always a good idea to have a hedge, and that hedge would likely be somewhere in the 610.50s. But anyway, I'll leave it at that. I'm in IWM puts for Friday. Okay, so that one got a nice little retest too, huh? Okay, so 24-hour candle close. Man. Wow, right off of that okay, money. Can't lie to you, IWM, if you are able to break over this, or you gap up over it overnight, you will hit 265.35. I don't know if you can tolerate that, but my hope here is that in after hours and maybe fueled, oh my God, no way I called that. We'll see if it follows through. Don't get excited yet. Look at the cues. Look at the cues. Ugh. If that's where you were going to speculate. They are not, no, the boxes are not supply and demand. I do not use supply and demand. I never really sat there and watched any sort of guys, I really did Like, and I'm not trying to like self-inflate myself. Like, it was not pretty. I lost $80,000. I didn't shave. I didn't fucking cut my hair. I look like a fucking mad scientist half the time. I didn't clean my room. Like, dude, I was in a pit. And it was not pretty. I'm not gonna lie to you. I mean, I was like dead. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know how to describe to people. Like, I'm sure maybe people feel it in their own individual, but like, man, something catches your eye and it goes past a special interest. It's like, nah, dude, this is what I'm supposed to do. And I told my wife that. I told my wife that before I ever made hardly any money. I told her, I was like, I don't know what the fuck I'm seeing right now, but this is what I'm doing. And I looked crazy when I did it too. That's called depression. Yeah, I was definitely depressed.
Well, thanks for doing the work for me, my friend.
I feel crazy right now too, so don't worry about it.
Dude, I mean, I still go through spouts of mental health issues. You know, I'm a human being. We all do. We just try to live in a world where everybody pretends like it's not happening. And then we're like struggling on the inside. Like, oh God.
All right, before I cry off of that one, I do have a question about the queues though. So when you said basically you would want this to gap up overnight, didn't it basically just do that gap up to resistance right then?
Yeah, it just did it. It basically did what I was, you know, again, I was trying to look at where it could go from there. But yeah, it literally just went up to that level that I would like it to gap
I
down
was
on.
thinking maybe it comes back down now, gaps down, and then we're gonna see the upper, gap fill tomorrow if that's how it reacted. Just a guess, obviously. I don't know shit, but
It is paying off, man. Yeah, yeah. So I mean, honestly, this was you still have time to buy puts. You know, and again, when I look above us, this is how, you know, again, I look at the empty space, you know, I see pockets of it, little pockets, but most of those pockets have been filled. Like, you filled up most of that empty space. So, but I mean, we'll see what we get, man. This is going to be, regardless, I think, whether we go up or down. I really think that there's money to be made, you know, whether it's, I think IWM might end up taking over the watch list though when this, God, I should probably reemphasize how excited I am for this 24-hour and weekly, look at this. That right there is basically financial lingerie. I might be the first person in history to say that. But yeah, that is, oh, boy, that thing is gonna break. Oh, oui. Poisson. All right. Yeah, but it is paying off now, man. I mean, I heard this metaphor one time while I was actually going through all of this stuff, and someone they said when a lobster grows too big for its shell, it climbs in a dark hole, buries itself, and it's uncomfortable. It's not a peaceful process, regrowing and, you know, molting, and actually it actually stresses the lobster out and can kill it. I'm not a lobster fisherman, so, you know, don't quote me on these things, but it was only a metaphor. But that's where we go to grow a bigger shell. And sometimes that's like, whatever you were doing before ends up not working for you anymore, and it's time to grow up, or it's time to do something different, or something's calling your name, and you know you can do it. And it's like, some people learn to live with that suffocation, unfortunately, and they die in their shells. You know, not immediately, but it's a metaphor. But that really shifted things for me, because I felt like I was failing because I felt bad, but in reality I was actually going through, I mean, there's so many habits that I killed off. There's so many things that I couldn't take that I was doing anymore. I was like, I can't keep reacting like this. I've already gone through 2 laptops. Like, clearly breaking my shit is not going to work when my trade, you know, stops me out or something. I sat on my laptop one of the times. It wasn't out of anger, but yeah. Do I seek God? I don't really even discuss it, because I don't know. I don't pretend like I know. I don't try to, you know, there's certain things I'm not going to be a part of. That's for sure. Certain religions that or practices within religions that I would choose not to be a part of. But I think my thoughts on it now are, if obviously there is something that beyond our comprehension, it's exactly that. And so how I can't really rely on everybody else's interpretation of it. But I haven't figured it out. I don't have the answers. I'm good at charting, and if God has any questions about candlesticks,
Yeah, that was funny actually.
but I don't I guess you could say I'm a wandering agnostic. I have been a part of churches. I've been in Catholic churches. I've been in Baptist churches. I've been in Methodist churches. I've been on churches where people roll on the floor and go shabba shabba ding dong, and fucking people shout out and they're like gang gang, and that's it. But me personally, I have found I've found myself with more questions than answers. But I do try to be a good person. I do try to do right unto others. I don't kill, so that's good. But yeah, again, I'm not a preacher, and this isn't my area of expertise. But yeah, trying to figure it out. Trying to go watch the USA. Oh my God. Garrett loves BB. Oh my, get him out of here. Get him out of here, dude. You know what? I'm gonna buy your avocado farm. How can I do that? Find me a realtor in Michoacan. Love the tongue. Firstly, I don't mess with the other. Yeah, and again, if you're religious, that's awesome. But if you think that, yeah, if you believe in God, that's, I don't blame you. I here's what I would say, and I know I've seen other people say this. Sometimes I wish I could give it all over and just believe in God. And maybe it's because I have an analytical mind, and logic and stuff is kind of what the backbone of what I try to, believe in and stuff like that. And I've read the Bible front to back, in jail, in real life, as a child, as a teenager. I've read the Quran. I could have gone a little slower on that one though, but thank you,
Hey
Jackson.
Garrett, if you got questions about that, seriously, like for real, like on a serious note, just send them to me, text them to me. I can get you some solid answers, man.
Okay. Yeah. Oh my God, he said, "How are my favorite goalies doing today?" Yeah, man, I will. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think yeah, we'll talk about it another time.
I was gonna say, if you want, I'll change the subject. And one last question about the queues, because you're probably getting ready to go. Don't you think if this were to be a bounce, if this were to be like we were gonna bounce above resistances, it wouldn't take this much? Like, it's been almost now like 2 days with 2 week candles that both get retraced. And yeah, I think like there's potential for a little bit more upside, but I would almost think that this doesn't quite look like a usual bounce we would get on the Qs if we were gonna be like bouncing hard.
So let's look at it this way. Institutions are going to do whatever the fuck they want to do. And the way that they do that is by shoving price continuously in the face of sellers. That is how you get that done. So if every single time price pulls back, you inject a large amount of liquidity, you can keep price up with not a lot of money, actually. In their case, like for us, obviously it'd be metric ass tons of cash. But so if they keep pushing us up, then yes, there is no inevitable other way around this. We're going to go and probably hit 630. But to your point, right? And we can consider this to be a variable here. We do bounce off the floor, right? Once amounts to nothing. We move down again, and we bounce, and it amounts to nothing. We finally do bounce, and in the weakest fashion and weakest candle possible, we retest that floor. Not only that, but we still maintain the close underneath the high of that first bounce on Friday. So, yes, as long as we don't see price continuously keep being bought up on the levels that are underneath us, specifically, right here and here, those two particular levels, right? And lower time frame shorts can obviously take advantage of this. And I mean, looking at it now, the 4 hour looks better. It looks even better, right? Because this bounce amounted to virtually nothing. So yeah, I do see a leg down possibly, especially now that we did go back up so fluidly, tap 606.50, 606.60, and we're back down with little to no effort. So,
Hey, Garrett, can I ask you something?
yeah, what's up?
Yesterday at IWM, you said that we didn't gap above or below the levels that we needed to, so a retest was expected.
Mhm.
Today with the Qs, do you consider us gapping? Because we gapped to the ceiling on the 1 hour box, but we gapped above the daily candle wick. So how do you technically, are you saying that we did gap above the level we needed on the higher time frame, or no?
No, I don't. I don't think on the
Okay.
hourly. So on the hourly,
On the
right?
hourly, I know we didn't, but on the 24 hours, we did gap up higher than
But did we
yesterday's
gap
wick.
up? Yes, but did we gap up above structure?
Okay, no. So that was my
specifically
question.
yeah,
That was
so
my question.
specifically, if there is no box or anything structurally underneath you, then yes.
But if you go down to the 1 hour, it's a box, and we only gap to the ceiling.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you're playing that setup because you're literally breaking into open space. Whereas yesterday in IWM, you were breaking down into the box, so it's completely
Completely
speculative. It's
Yeah,
front running, like you said.
It is front running, and that's why again, this is safety measures. Is I'm
Yeah.
focused on the ones that provide the open space, and that's where I'll make. And this is taking this trade to the upside was something that we talked about yesterday, right? And that being necessary to potentially even see more downside. So
And then to add to that, it's like always the whiplash down and the pull back up with a setup like that is just almost the deal sealer, right?
yes, yeah,
Yeah, I see it a lot.
yep.
Hey Garrett, are you about to go?
Thank you.
No, I mean, I'm not like rushing out the door. What's up?
Can you take a look at Open for me?
Sure.
I bought that. I think it's 9 days out for 550. I uploaded my chart.
550.
Yeah.
Oh, the price. I thought you were talking about the cost of the contract. I was like, all right, money
Oh no
bags.
no man.
Damn.
I got them for like I think 14 cents or something like that.
Okay, so first things first, we're gonna mark out green candle first, what we can perceive to be range. There's a couple of anomalies there, so this is gonna get messy, I think. Wow, welcome to Box City, USA. Jesus. Okay, range. And this is actually where, folks, it was charts like this. We've still to this day, it was on NVIDIA and PLTR that I started spotting this. It was that, like, why the fuck are you stopping in the 50% mark of this, either box or range? Now, that alone is fucking the signal to the upside. You would even have to know that's my strategy. But to see that sort of overhead resistance at 505, it makes that a no-brainer signal to the upside. Now, in order to get there, which is what we're going to solve now, we need to talk about that. Ooh, it's so money. It's so money. Okay, so you got a rejection. Sellers did their job. They pushed price down, but were unable to drive it lower. Price has then forced its way through 3 excruciating 2-hour candles to be, yes, at that floor. But it still remains a fact that whether we're looking at the higher time frame or not, that this would be your first immediate range. That would be empty space. So a trigger over this, and that would be my target. What the fuck? That is not aligned. Man, am I drunk? Not yet. I'm just kidding. Yeah, so 940 or 9. Hold on, dyslexia. Stop. 492. Woo! 492, 493 would be the first target overhead. Holy shit, Carvana died. Oh, shit. Yo, listen.
Golly. Oh my gosh.
If this thing falls any further, you're going to open up here.
Bro, I used to work at Carvana.
Dude, you know what? I first saw a Carvana tower, like the car towers. I thought that shit was cool, dude. When I first moved to Oregon, I used to drive that shit. The first time I saw it, because I moved to Portland, immediately started working. I mean, like day one. I didn't even have a chance to see the city. And so I'm like driving, and I saw one of those tall ass Carvana towers with like stacks of cards in it, and almost crashed.
Yeah, I started working there like 6 months after they opened, and it was a lot of fun until they IPO'd. Then everything got
No
crazy.
shit. No shit, really. Dude, that's a personal like just that's crazy. They IPO'd and then shit got crazy. That just goes to show you, man. Dash dumped.
Yeah, because then they
Potter, would you give a quick look to Kava to the upside?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I had, but it doesn't look like it's doing anything.
You know what, dude? Sometimes when I hear your voice, I just want you to tell me a bedtime story. Does anybody else feel that way? I bet you tell great bedtime stories.
I feel like he's gonna tell me I'm gonna need a carburetor along with a tune-up.
Oh, I love it, dude. We got great
They
voices.
got caught cooking their books.
Who did? Dash?
Carvana.
Oh shit.
Yeah, they like reported like billions over or something like that on earnings. That's wrong.
Damn.
I don't know if it's that much, but it's something like that.
Someone said you sound like Burl Eves, the guy who sings Frosty the Snowman. Damn, that's a spot on. Yeah. Give us one bar of Frosty the Snowman. I want to see something.
Frosty the Snowman.
Oh no, that's the guy. We found him, dude. No way. You guys have been asking me about Fig forever. No way. I love a good Fig. And right at the 50% mark of the range. That's him, dude. That was actually beautiful, dude. Round of applause.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah, we looked at that one, Carvana earnings. Somebody just asked me for a stock. What was the
That was Kava.
Kava? Gotcha, Kava upside. Okay. Ooh, 24-hour box. I mean, listen, that's actually why I still hold equity on this one. But oh boy, that's some important levels. So you cannot tomorrow. Let's me and you both pray for no reversals, because this and this, which is going to be 70, 65, are two areas that once reclaimed. I mean, listen, folks, when the signal fires, this is a picture perfect setup. And I suspect that getting close to earnings, which is when?
Next week.
Tuesday, next week. I will actually, depending on the cost of the contracts, explore that one. With a little bit of time on them, for sure. Dude, look at the Qs, still falling. A little bit. All right. If you have anything else you would like for me to take a look at here, go ahead and drop those requests as I finish this one up. So let's look at the hourly here.
APP.
Oh, no. Damn! Turned into a real crook right there. I would say step one is be above 68 on 39 hourly, and the hourly shifts that up to 69.11. Now you do have empty space underneath you, so if you fail to hold 66.38, retest. APP. Yeah, Potterbox class is on March 1st. Be there or be square or something like that. Wow. 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 Is that the same thing we talked about this morning? Yeah. Yeah, it's on the money. Okay, so what do we need to do now?
Yeah.
So what do we ask ourselves, folks? Anybody who's new, what do we ask ourselves when we're in empty space, kind of like wondering? If you bust in here one more time.
What's above?
What's above?
There you go, dude. I love it when you guys talk to me like that. Ellie got me this? No way. She bought me a book at the book fair. No way. Wings of Fire from my daughter. Absolutely wonderful. Yo, aw. Ellie, thank you, baby.
I can never
No,
afford anything at the book fair.
Mommy wants to show me something, so give me a hug. I do love dragons. This is really cool. Thank you. Look inside of it. And it has pictures. You know Daddy so well. Oh, Daddy only likes books. It is a comic book. Oh, we'll have to read that together. Stay inside. What's up, buddy? Sure. I can put the VR on the charger. Okay, well, let's talk about this in a little bit. Mommy wants to show me something. Sorry, guys. Let me see. Oh, did you just sew a little heart on it? No way. Yo, give me that. Yo, any ladies in the chat? Look at this. This is for her clothing line that she's working on. Look at that shit. How adorable is that? Size 2. Her business name is Poshland. That's super dope. Yo, that's crazy. Peyton just spent 70 hours beating this right here. She's not a Capricorn, that's for 100%. Look at these. Look at this. She just beated all of that. Take a picture, Ivy.
Wait, she's a Capricorn or no?
She's not. She's a pixie. I mean a pixie. She's a Pisces.
A pixie?
Yeah, she's a pixie.
Pisces, bro. I'm a Capricorn.
When is the Poshland IPO?
Yeah, I'll invest. I want to invest. Oh, I get it. We get it before it actually opens, right?
Yeah, we get pre-share sales, dude.
Yeah, I like that.
Shark
Will there be
Tank Heavy.
hats?
Will there be hats? All right.
No.
All right, Chad.
I couldn't
Wow.
have it. I got 2 of yours. I want a hat from her.
Oh,
too,
you better bring hats.
I ain't
He
got
wants-
no hat yet.
You ain't got. I got hats for sale, man.
I got a nice hoodie though.
Those hoodies still
Hey,
working?
dude, on a serious note,
Yeah.
I have a friend that wants me to teach them a little bit about this system. Do you have an issue with that? I'm not taking any money for it. I was
No.
going to show them what I know.
No.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I'm sure that
What's
if
your
they
protocol there? Because I don't ever want to infringe on that because of what you're doing for all these people. It's awesome.
teach your
and
friends,
I just
teach
wanna
your
respect it.
family. I don't care listen. If I want to look at it from a capitalistic perspective, right? And be like, oh well, I'm losing money. If he makes money and you teach him my system, don't you think he'd probably join the Discord? And even if he
Probably,
didn't,
yeah.
again, I don't. I'm not like that. No, teach him. Teach your friends. Teach your family. Teach your kids.
I mean, I tell people to join your Discord and also Hamilton's all the time. So I'm definitely pimping for you, but I just don't ever
Pimping
want
for
to
you.
infringe on. But you know what I mean? I just don't ever want to infringe because I'm so grateful for you guys and what you guys both do. So I
Yeah.
just wanted to
I really
make sure that was
appreciate that.
okay.
Yeah, I really
So,
appreciate
Pop,
that, man.
I gotta
What's up?
ask you. I gotta tell you
Cool.
this. There's a guy on TikTok, right? They keep saying that Spy, you can make for $1,000, you can make 100,000 or $1 million going up and down in the next 4 or 5 months,
He
like
said
we
you-
did with the Qs today.
He said we could make $1 million. I mean, that's a bold
With
claim.
$1,000, you
With
can make $1
$1,000.
million.
I mean, he's probably inflating it a little bit, but I don't know. I have no idea why he would say that. I do expect for an increase in volatility and bigger moves because I
Well,
mean,
that's what he's saying.
yeah, I mean, if he's looking at the same system or looking at it the same way that I am, the reality is here, folks, that we have not moved in months, in 4 months to be exact. And yeah, there just like there was money to be made in this motherfucking thing. And again, consolidation on the monthly. Oh boy, we haven't we're experiencing it now, and you guys are feeling the pain, right? A lot of you guys are finding it really, really difficult. When we're trending in a direction, yes, you can make a fuck ton of money, and especially if you are using this system, and you can use low risk, like $1,000 or $500, but the goal would be to not be traumatizing yourself inside of this box trying to get the position, but rather taking it when it makes. But yeah, I mean, yes, yeah, I do see again, I can't speak on making $1 million out of 1,000.
No, I know it's an exaggeration, but what I'm saying is, he's saying I didn't join it. Nothing. He's got it like a Discord, but he's trying to say the up and down, like you got to know the points, like we did today with the Qs.
Yes. So there will, I mean, yeah, I don't know who this guy is, but he sounds like at least he knows what he's talking about there. So like the up and down, what he's describing to you is the big moves because we'll be trending down, and then the bear or the bull traps. The bull traps, which technically could be what we traded this morning. This is it. What you saw this morning from the Qs is a characteristic of what we would call a bull trap. Right. And again, maybe it doesn't, no, it's a bull trap, but you know, price explodes up and to retest the levels. So let's actually think about it this way. How, when we're in an uptrend and we're playing bullishly, how do we want price to fall?
Fast.
So how do we want these retests to happen in a bear market?
Fast.
And how we fall further typically than we run. You'll knock out fucking a month of work in 2 days. So the money that you make on the downside, you could take a fraction of that and play it to the upside off of these small lower time frame trades. Now you got to be with the shit. You got to be locked in, and it is going to require your time when you are present. But there is a lot of money to be made, and this isn't true just because I want it to be, or I think the economy is going to crash, or whatever. It's just simply true based off of the simple and ancient concept of from contraction comes expansion. That's it. And now that we've gotten, you know, if you want to call it 2 or you want to call it 2, I mean, a lot, 4 maybe, and then you've got multiple bounces off the bottom. This range, damn, is spent. It's cooked. And so we get to eat when this range breaks. And that's exactly what even this week is doing. It's holding that range. And when we're outside of it, that's when you can open up the floodgates. That's when you can take on higher risk. The same thing I teach you on the hourly, on the 24-hour about I reduce risk when I'm in range or I don't trade at all. Obviously on the monthly, I can make an exception for that because there's 24-hour and lower time frame setups that I can take advantage of like I did today. But I'm doing all of this in an effort to solve a much bigger problem, which I think will amount to me making a lot more money, which is the massive break of QQ. I mean, I should make a YouTube video labeled that. The massive break of, hold on. The massive break of QQQ.
So massive, biggest in the world.
The biggest
got
lump
this, bro.
you've ever seen.
You got this, Potter.
I do. I'm gonna get it.
And I was gonna say that to you earlier, and then I think that was LP who was talking.
Yeah.
The average daily move on the Qs has been about $10. Like
Yeah.
you literally could have, and then even another $6 down from the highs today. Like that's huge.
Yeah,
and then
these
the
are big
average
moves.
swing on IWM is $5.
Yeah. So let's actually take a look at an identical setup, right? Or an identical idea here on the weekly, right? So just conceptually, right? Follow me here. If you're on TikTok, thank you guys for tapping your screen. 14K likes. Damn, let's go. So let's just look at this from a unbiased perspective, right? And I love teaching people this because it will help you know when and where to place your money, right? In a system where you're counting cards, you know, we're not playing every hand. This is where we can just go and simply draw a line in the sand and say, okay, weekly, same thing. What does it lead to? Expansion. How long? 1, 2, 3, stop. You get 2 candles side by side. So all in all, we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks of consecutive dumpage. Now, I don't want you to just focus on the red candles, right? You also hit a floor and gap up. So chances are there was an overhead resistance that you could have. Oh, yeah, there is. It looks like I answered my own question. Boom. The same resistance that you fought for over here is the same resistance that you're going to retest. So when you hit a floor, which is, damn, I actually remember this. This right here, you bounce, you retest, and then when the candle closes, look, and oh god, dude, this shit gets me heated because right now when we're inside of a range, looking for candle closes can result in nothing, right? But when the range breaks, this is when all of those concepts are inflate. I mean, they're literally you're dealing with a more fluid and volatile market that will allow for price to settle underneath a candle or outside of a range. But when you're inside of a massive weekly cage, that's going to be a whole lot harder. But anyway, back to what I was saying here, contraction, expansion, right? And that same thing is true over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles side by side, 1, 2, 3 candles directly up. And this is again on the weekly, right? Same thing here. And what you're actually, so it's so funny because the concept of a bull flag, right, was popular for 1 year where it returned 900% against the S&P 500. And then it has never done anything notable and has even just returned a negative average against the S&P. And it's so funny because boxes, right, can actually be set up to, and are typically set up to punch back through later, right? What we're doing when we do this is we're saying we're exhausted. So let's set our supplies down and let's go back and grab more. So that way, when we come back to base camp, and again, I'm using, a mountain climbing metaphor here, but it's like, if we don't have the juice to keep climbing into uncharted territory, you're going to go sideways, or you're going to set your supplies down, you're going to pull back, and you're going to punch through that. And when you reclaim the floor, you grab those supplies, and obviously price explodes through that 50% mark. But all that to say, we have the same setup. We have a large area on the weekly of consolidation, and I am expecting, given the fact that it's actually gone past the average date range, right? And even if we're just looking at the last candles here, there it is. It's gone well past what we've done before, which the longer the period of consolidation, the bigger the move.
I think it's waiting for the Supreme Court to announce what they're going to do with tariffs. They're supposed to be the 20th. Now they pushed it to Friday.
Yeah. Instabots updated versus Bull Flag. I
But I
can't.
thought the 20th was Friday.
Huh?
Yeah, they never announced anything. They pushed it out.
So you mean it's gonna be moved past Friday? Like, the date's not the 20th anymore.
Oh yeah, Friday is the 20th.
Yeah. It's Peyton's birthday on Saturday. Taking out a
Happy
small loan
birthday.
against the house. No, I was kidding.
All right, get ready to empty them pockets, bro.
Sounds like a good time to bet against the U.S. economy.
Yeah. Well, I put she can have my QQQ trade from today.
You get 1,000. You get 1,000.
Yeah.
%. And this is crazy because we're doing $10 moves in range. So when we break the range,
Ugh.
whatever way,
75.
It's gonna be money, dude.
whatever the fuck way,
2,000%.
a $20 move, hopefully. We did something like a $14 one the other day
Oh, do I need
in like half an
extra
hour.
data package to see old boxes? No, you don't need them to see old boxes, but you need that data, period. You have to have that data. Potter, what's the typical days to expiration for your contracts when we break a box up or down? It depends on the time frame, my guy. If it's a weekly with resistance up ahead of it, then it might be a month out. If it's on the 24-hour going directly into empty space, it might be a week out or 2 weeks out. If it's a lower time frame play than that, still based maybe after the 24-hour, like what happened today on the Qs, that's price action that's directly in front of me with no resistance, and I'm taking weeklies. So the contracts that I take are relevant to the time frame, which you can take, right? Because that might be confusing for some people because they're like, well, what do I do? Well, you do what makes or what fits what you're doing right now, which if you're swing trading based on higher time frames, then you're always going to have longer expirations. Always. And I have had many people, some people in here, guys, and it's not a fault of your like person. Like it doesn't make you a lesser person or bad, that just day trading is too much. Or managing weekly contracts that are really, I mean, this morning, you see how much they go up and how much they go down. That's too much for them. Add a week to everything that you do. If it's not based on the higher time frame and you're already taking it and adding expiration. So can I look at the PAAS chart? Pan American Silver. Okay. Looks like it's got an upwards trajectory here. A little bit. Okay, same cage. Kind of the same idea as the Qs, right? We're looking at that overhead resistance. And that being the place that you fell down into, that would be the same place that we need to reverse back over. That level has a bodyguard. And what I mean by that is there's volume sitting directly up above you, right? So if you break this, you still have to get that, and that's 59.57. Now, you could take that analysis and possibly be scared, but you're also still holding the levels that you need to. So that effort is not in vain to hold price up to $58 or above $58. Now, that being said, you do not have empty space on that lower time frame. You do have a small range. So 58.71 on the 30-minute could help get price up in here. But it is going to be 59.50. And then I think the journey will get a little easier because this is mostly empty and this is too. Fuck off. Hold on, I'm just looking. Oh, yeah, just a little depression here, real quick. Where did that article go? What the fuck? Microsoft unveils glass storage system lasting 10,000 years. Man. Bro, did PSA stole my Pokemon cards? Dude, I don't know. They're probably there. Ivy, have I gotten any PSA emails? I think it might actually be in my Apple email.
Hey Potter, I have a quick question, man.
Mm-hmm.
So in regards to the queues, we're between two boxes, right? So like,
We're between two boxes?
yeah, right? That's what I'm looking at, the 2 hours. We're between two boxes.
You would be, yes, you are correct. We
All
are
right, bet.
between this range, which you attempted to try to go grab this morning, and this one, which is clear on, because if you look at it this way, this is a range that got punched through. But on the 4 hour, it actually has, and this is again why we need that higher time frame close inside of 603. But yeah, you are between two boxes for sure.
Cool. So in this regards, like you always said, between two boxes, we don't trade. So like, for instance, just doing like a quick, like maybe if like a hedge for up and down would be a bad idea, maybe, right?
That is where you could get chopped to pieces on both sides and win nothing. Yeah, I mean, if you take a position with a longer expiration, you could hedge. But I mean, even with what just happened here at the end of the day, with that empty space getting filled back up, right? You know, that could kind of seal the deal for us. Because that's what would have provided us with the opportunity to reverse tomorrow. But all that being said, you know, yes, if you're taking a position right now with specifically with a good or longer expiration, you could use a shorter expiration to hedge. Yes. So yeah, that channel right there needs to die. Needs to die. And if we wake up and we're chopping like this, then we might have that setup. Do you have a YouTube video on identifying boxes? Yes, I have many videos on identifying boxes. PotterStocksTrading.com. Dude, I submitted like 25 cards to PSA, Manny. So it's going to be a while. I think it was 30, actually. I don't know why I did that, but whatever. All right. What is my YouTube channel? PotterStocksTrading.com. Yeah, you know what? After when she rung me up, I was like, I'm an idiot. Why did I let Manny talk me into another hobby that he just abandoned me on? God. Where's the Benjamin Netanyahu right now, dude? I need it. That was 16 months ago? Oh my God, that was in December or something. That's crazy. All right. Discord, KTOS up. Yeah. 24-hour. You didn't get your candle closed outside of 99.50? Shit. Yeah, 99.50. So that means that you're now looking at what is underneath you. 95.23 is holding you up perfectly. So it is a target overhead at 104 over a break of today's high. But this also could be a perfect little setup to pull that number off. So that's not bad. Think you'll be due for an upgrade soon to Dumbledore stock strategy? No way. Manny, you still here? That was my name. Dumbledore Trades was my first, like, someone was like, you know, we were trying to pick screen names. Skywalker stocks came up because people say I look like him, but the round glasses, I mean, it wasn't like some deeper meaning. I have no, you know, I love Harry Potter. I read the books many times as a kid, but yeah, it was just a white guy with round glasses, Harry Potter. I've been wearing contacts for last year, so. All right. All right, guys. Again, March 1st, I believe Ivy and Alex have dropped a yearly discount. That'll be available for a couple of days inside of the free Discord for those of you guys who have been watching me for a while. But other than that, I will see you guys tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock a.m. And we'll see if our theories are correct. But today was an exciting day. I would recommend going back and watching that video. And I might have Alex and Ivy tomorrow if you guys want to. And I think you can do it on YouTube itself. But if you want to clip that trade from start to when we stopped explaining it, which I think was like by the end of the stream. But yeah. I think you look a little like the guy from Stranger Things. Vecna? I look like Vecna? Yeah, Manny called me when he was watching Stranger Things to tell me that. I cannot stand Wendy's is one of the toughest stocks I have ever looked at. I mean, I mean that it directional. It builds boxes, retests them, breaks down, retests them, retest. Everything is a fucking retest. It doesn't move without retesting something. Now this is a stronger weekly candle and a punch through 850, and I could give you a target. See, even there, I struggle to find good targets. This is the kind of chart, and I don't mean any offense by this, to whoever is trading it. This is the kind of chart I'd rather throw myself into a wood chipper, face first, feet first, actually, than trade something like this. So, oh, you're playing it to the downside? Well, wait for 965 to break. What about Ford? Oh my God, dude. Lube me up and send me down a fucking sandpaper slide, dude. Hell nah. Absolutely not. I hate Ford. This is hot. This is coagulated dog hot dog water. That's all I got to say about that. Good God Almighty. What are you guys doing? Trying to blend me? I feel like I'm in a ninja blender right now. I still charted it though. Look at me. Bounce retest 1030. Yeah. That's all I see right now. I mean, light. I cannot help you on this one, my boy. The only thing I can do is tell you what's underneath you and what is holding price up. And that would probably be that 550. No, wrong. Points of contact are at 530. So it would be 563.12 and a loss of 528. I do not have a strategy for all-time highs. No, you know what? I didn't see Carvana. I don't remember if I looked at it or not, but yeah. Oh shit, you got pretty close to that second target I gave. Might end up hitting that tomorrow. All right, guys. I'll see you guys in a little bit tomorrow morning. Do it again. All right, bye-bye. Workshop and everything is on my, or Discord access, all that shit is on my website, which is pottersockstrading.com. Please make sure that you know what my Discord is about and what we're trying to accomplish before you join. And if you do, please shoot me a DM and give me a rundown of why you're here and what you're trying to accomplish. All right, guys. Peace out. Have a good night.